You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. But we've got a busy day ahead. A lot of things already on the schedule for today. Coming up just a little bit later in the hour, we're going to talk about the 2026 Florida governor's race and some interesting new polling that is out. We'll talk about what that means and kind of the state of the governor's race. We're also going to talk about the Miami Dolphins. It's been a tough season for them, and now it appears they may be benching quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. So we will talk with a writer for the who covers the Dolphins. We'll talk with him about that coming up a little bit later this hour. We are also on verdict watch in the Alex Lopez trial. This is a live look inside the courtroom. You're also seeing some of the surveillance video that has been key in this case from the very beginning. Investigators saying Alex Lopez robbed that M&M Mart back in 2024. Killing the store clerk, 55-year-old Raed Shahada. You see photos of him with his family there. Yesterday, the first witness called during this trial was his widow, who was FaceTiming her husband at the time. So just a little bit ago, the jury did ask a question, wanted to see some video all over again. But we are on verdict watch, and we'll try to bring that to you live when that does come in. But right now I want to take you live to downtown Orlando, where this SafePointe, you see SoundThinking, this company unveiling a new alert center in downtown Orlando for an AI concealed weapons detection system. This is a system that's used at hospitals, casinos, business campuses, entertainment venues, other public spaces to detect weapons. They are unveiling a alert center, an operations center for that company in downtown Orlando, where they will have trained reviewers analyzing alerts across the country in real time. Let's go ahead and listen in live as these officials talk about this technology.
It's the SafePointe solution, which is our discrete weapons detection technology, and the role that it plays in helping organizations create safer spaces for their work colleagues as well as visitors. So with that, I think we'll just turn it to the video.
Weapons detection systems have traditionally involved long lines, intrusive screenings, increased staffing costs, removal of belongings, and the need for dedicated security personnel at every point, driving up costs and hampering operational efficiency. But what if there were a better option, one that strengthens security without disrupting the visitor experience? Introducing SafePointe by SoundThinking, a discrete AI-powered weapons detection system that enables seamless unmanned screening, keeping people moving safely and efficiently. Here's how it works. As people walk by, SafePointe's advanced 3D camera tracks motion, while a state-of-the-art AI model analyzes magnetic signatures to detect weapons, whether carried openly or concealed. SafePointe, discreet, fast, reliable. Concealed sensors are installed near entrances, allowing people to pass freely and unobstructed. They operate 24/7, 365 days a year, and are suitable for both indoor and outdoor use. SafePointe uses passive low-frequency sensors paired with a 3D camera that captures motion data analysis to identify weapon threats based on magnetic disturbances. This makes it a safer option for vulnerable populations, such as pregnant women and people with medical devices, and more flexible in how it's deployed. Depending on your configuration, alerts can either be sent directly to on-site security or routed to SafePointe's remote analysts who classify potential threats in an average of 10 seconds. If an openly carried, unauthorized weapon is detected, SafePointe's ARC issues a red alert. SafePointe's advanced 3D camera combines person motion data, including velocity, position, and movements, along with magnetic movement data to allow for the scanning of individuals or multiple entrants simultaneously. On-site security is notified via the mobile app within 10 seconds and responds immediately, initiating lockdown protocols. If a concealed weapon is detected, SafePointe's ARC issues an orange alert. On-site security is notified via the mobile app within 10 seconds and responds immediately, conducting a follow-up search. When a weapon is detected, but the person carrying it is a known security officer, the ARC classifies them as a non-threat. SafePointe only detects weapons and will not trigger an alert for common items such as cell phones, keys, and laptops. If no weapon is detected.
So we are seeing this video right now that they are playing at this news conference, this unveiling of this operations center that is showing how this technology works. And you see the bollards out front there. They're equipped with sensors, the 3D imaging that this company says is able to recognize not just openly carried weapons, but also concealed carry weapons. And so, again, this alert center will be opening in downtown Orlando, where the reviewers for this company will analyze the alerts coming in from those systems in real time. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
Critical component in helping organizations create safer workplaces for their workers. And that video hopefully gave you a really good overview of how the technology works. What I'd like to focus on now is what this means with respect to our Orlando operation and the importance that the important aspect of their work that delivers on the mission of helping communities and their workplaces become safer. Today, we're officially opening our new Alert Review Center, or ARC, in downtown Orlando. This facility is now the permanent home for our centralized operations for the ARC. The ARC is basically operating on a nationwide basis. They're monitoring the alerts of all of our deployments throughout the nation, and they're operating on a 24/7 basis, 365 days per year. And after our demonstration here, we're going to give you an inside peek of that operation. We'll go downstairs and take a look at that. The ARC provides a mission-critical role in how SafePointe operates. When a system IDs a potential gun, the individuals in the ARC, they look at and analyze those alerts on a real-time basis and make the final decision as to whether or not to push that alert to a subscribing agency or customer. And they're doing this in real time. That human augmentation supports our mission of providing better accuracy, more accountability, and frankly, the responsible use of technology. And until recently, that work was done on a distributed basis throughout the United States. And so we're really excited to bring it all back into one centralized facility here in Orlando and bringing the quality of work much higher with respect to the review process. The SafePointe adoption has grown significantly. And so for that reason, we made the deliberate decision to bring everything together in this centralized facility. And it represents a significant investment on behalf of the SoundThinking Corporation. I'm pleased and personally, I guess, I'm very proud of the fact that as a growing company, we've been able to provide living wage jobs and career pathways to a number of individuals. I joined the company when it was about 30 employees, and now we're over 330 employees. And the idea of bringing living wage jobs here to downtown Orlando with 30 individuals today and growing is critically important. We believe we're making a positive impact on public safety and security, and this investment in Orlando represents that. I could speak ad infinitum on why Orlando was the perfect choice for us, but instead I'll introduce our partner and longtime advocate for downtown Orlando, David Barilla, who's the Executive Director of the Downtown Development Board. David?
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is David Barilla. For those of you I don't know, I'm the Executive Director of the Downtown Development Board and Community Redevelopment Agency, and I couldn't be happier to be here this morning, being a part of this amazing event and getting a chance just to welcome SoundThinking to our beloved downtown. So in downtown Orlando, we've been working for a long time, ultimately, to bring together not only the ground floor businesses that really make a downtown vibrant and interesting to visit, but obviously the core of what is at our downtowns, which is that business community. our central business districts have been the center for economic drivers really throughout the country for a long time. So we've been here having new business after new business come to downtown Orlando, and those that are doing what SoundThinking is doing and really making sure that they're bringing quality jobs for the people that not only work here but also just live in the downtown area and the greater Orlando area is an important part of what we're trying to do as we continue to re-envision the work that we're doing here in downtown Orlando. So you are now part of a great transformational process that we're also going through, which you'll be able to see happening right outside your windows here, which is something that we call our action plan, where we are rebuilding every street in downtown for the most part, from building face to building face. So that's new sidewalks, that's new foliage, that's new streets, that's more on-street parking, just really creating a place for us all to gather, both during the day when you want to go out for lunch for those individuals who may work here, or even come back and showcase the variety of different exciting things that we have going on in our downtown. But we couldn't do that without the partnership and the growth of companies just like SoundThinking and the investment that you make. So it's just, we are so glad to have you, and we look forward to come alongside you as you continue to grow, and a lot of success in the work that you're doing to make not only Orlando safer, but also the country and the world. So thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for that, David. Really appreciate it. Great. Don't go too far, because I'm going to open it up for any questions that folks have of David or myself about what we're doing at SoundThinking, what we're trying to do with SafePointe, what's happening in downtown Orlando.
Sure. Why did you pick downtown Orlando? And perhaps after you answer, give us please some of the numbers. How many people, how many jobs did this create? Well-paying jobs?
Great. So let me just start by describing SoundThinking. We're a publicly traded company. We're headquartered in Fremont, California. We're mostly known for a technology called ShotSpotter, which is acoustic gunshot detection. Currently, we're over 300 employees. Our most recent acquisition was a SafePointe acquisition, which is complementary to what we're doing with acoustic gunshot detection. So you can think about ShotSpotter as being, I'll call it right of bang. SafePointe is really interesting because it's left of bang. We're not detecting gunshots, but we're detecting the presence of weapons. And it was a really exciting opportunity for us to expand our footprint in the general, I'll call it public safety and security theater, by now helping corporate environments, and our focus is primarily on hospitals as well as gaming casino type of firms, to help them identify the presence of weapons before they're potentially fired. A really important aspect in developing a strong security posture and making, again, these places where individuals work as well as where they play, making it more safe. So here in Orlando, we're currently we're currently hiring or have hired and have deployed 30 individuals today. I think I mentioned earlier that these individuals are working across 3 shifts daily. So you can think of it as 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the full year. That's where we are today. That business for us is growing significantly. So we would expect that that footprint would expand over time. Orlando was pretty interesting for us because Orlando represents a place where there is a plethora of folks that are ready to work, that are interested in the public safety space. The idea of kind of consolidating everything here into one location really improves the overall quality of the service. So if you can imagine folks, and you'll see this when I can't remember if we're going upstairs or downstairs. I guess we're going downstairs. Yeah, we're going downstairs. You'll get a peek at what these folks are doing, but imagining they're almost kind of looking on a real-time basis as a system is triggering, saying, hey, look, this person might be carrying a weapon. And they're applying almost the principle you see sometimes when you visit New York. They say, hey, if you see something, say something. That's what these folks are doing. If they see something, they're effectively saying something by pushing the alert and making sure that alert gets to the subscribing customer, where they can then make a decision on what to do with it. So we're really excited about that. The ARC is here in downtown Orlando. We also have another office where some of our technologists are living. We have a very strong partner here in the Orlando area that's doing the manufacturing for these bollards here, which are very sophisticated but discrete sensors, not like anything you've seen before with respect to weapons detection space. So we're all in down here in Florida.
So the people watching, if they're insist on often the community's call security at a place where something like walking up, and how long does it take to get this?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question is, if I can repeat it, is like, what are the folks doing when they get alert? How is it that they push that alert to the subscribing customer? So say we have a hospital in California, as an example. They don't have to call. A hospital in California, they'll have an app on their phone or on their desktop that's basically receiving these real-time alerts. So what the person does here is they simply, after they analyze it, and they do it very, very quickly, they have a lot of data to analyze it, they'll push a button that either dismisses that particular event so that we don't trigger the system with a bunch of false positives, or they'll push the button to publish that alert with some contextual information around it. And that process literally happens in seconds. Yeah, that's a great question. So we're not only detecting open carry; those are kind of obvious situations, but more importantly, we're detecting concealed carry as well. With respect to the legality of it, like, you want awareness of someone coming into your private facility with a weapon. So despite open carry laws, folks have some amount of control, or they want to have some amount of data or insight with respect to people potentially carrying weapons. I think we've seen, unfortunately, sadly, too many examples of how unsafe the world has become, unfortunately. So any steps that a security director can make to make their facility safer by having better information, real-time information, we believe is a step forward with respect to our mission and purpose around creating safer spaces and increasing security. They know who has a gun. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Is the system set up, or can the client authorize your representatives or your call center people to directly contact law enforcement, or does it only go through, like, it pings it back to the client and they can make it?
Yeah, great question. So with respect to SafePointe, we're communicating directly with the security apparatus in that private company, and then they decide how to operationalize that alert, whether they're going to have a security guard maybe talk to that individual, or if they decide to actually call local law enforcement to respond. The interesting thing for us is that we have a lot of experience in dealing with local law enforcement. We're deployed in over 180 cities here in the U.S. with respect to our ShotSpotter technology. And interestingly, a lot of the security directors that we're dealing with on the commercial private side are former law enforcement. So there's an evolving process, I think, of more private entities taking responsibility and accountability for security. And so it's an evolving space, and that's what excites us, is to be a part of an evolving space and having impact.
So not all potentially violent situations occur using a firearm. Does this also detect edge weapons?
Great question. So yeah, it is a weapons detection technology. So certainly a lot of focus people have around guns, but there's also knives. We have a number of incidents, unfortunately, where a harm is created by someone with a edge weapon of a certain size, of course, because now the tricky thing is you don't want to trigger on, pen knives, you don't want to trigger on keys, belt buckles, laptops, and the like. This is an edge-based, we won't geek out too much here, but it's using some very sophisticated hardware combined with software and a bunch of data to be able to distinguish things that are weapons, i.e. guns and edge knives, versus other metallic objects, and doing it discreetly. That's the really unique feature of our system. You could probably walk by these bollards all day long and not have a check screening experience. I don't know if anyone ever walked through a metal detector. It slows traffic down. You have to kind of wait. There's a lot of false positives. This is a disruptive design meant to move away from all those types of frictional aspects of increasing security. Yeah, this effectively replaces a metal detector in certain environments where being discreet is important. I think there's certain environments perhaps that you maybe want people to know they're going through a metal detector because it sets up a bit of a deterrence, and maybe the cost of going through a checkpoint isn't as, that friction isn't a big deal. If I'm trying to maybe get, or I won't say me, but my wife is trying to get to a Beyonce concert, she'll stand in line, she'll go through a checkpoint, no big deal. You're in a hospital, you don't want to go through a metal detector. You have a pacemaker or something like that. Maybe you're with child or whatever. a number of these technologies, not speaking ill of anyone, but they're emitting a signal which has to bounce back and reflect back over to their sensors. This is doing it completely passively and discreetly without a checkpoint. And I think we could have spaced these sensors out a little bit more. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, it's like kind of 8 to 10 feet space. So like you could have multiple people walk through. They're not carrying a weapon, comme ça, they just go right through, not a problem. If they're carrying a weapon, there's an alert. The alert happens very quickly. And then you have that local presence security apparatus decide what to do with it at that time.
Interesting technology we're hearing talked about this morning as this company, SoundThinking, opening up their SafePointe Operations Center in downtown Orlando. Again, this is a weapons detection technology that uses AI enabled, but uses human reviewers at their operations center, again, which they are opening a new one in downtown Orlando to look at those alerts and analyze them in real time. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let me give you a live look right now outside a courthouse in Southern California, where we expect Nick Reiner to appear at some point in the next few hours. Apologize for the bit of a shaky shot there as the photographer gets ready to move into place. What we have learned is that Reiner is due in court sometime in the 11:30 window, which actually runs from 11:30 until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm saying this would be Eastern time. He is charged with first-degree murder in the deaths of his parents, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner, who were found dead in their LA home over the weekend. So we are keeping an eye on that. There will not be a live streaming allowed of that hearing today, but wanted to let you know we are keeping an eye on that, and depending on when that happens, we'll try to bring that to you. We'll be getting that tape turned, so we are hoping to have more of that for you coming up in just a little bit. Let me give you a live look right now. This is a live view from downtown Orlando on this Wednesday morning. Some clouds in the sky out there, but not too bad overall. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks, a little warmer out there today.
It is. It's going to be really nice today, Garrett. We've got this flow off the Atlantic, and so it's bringing in this like perfect spring-like breeze. But it comes at the cost of maybe a few stray showers, especially in our coastal counties. You can see those ominous skies at times on the horizon mixed with blue. This is Lake Fairview, where it's 69 degrees. It's nicer up at Ocala, away from the water, 62 degrees, where it'll be considerably sunnier. It will go from about 68 at 2 up to 73 this afternoon in Ocala. Temperatures around the region, well, we're in the middle and upper 70s already in South Florida, and that's where our weather's coming from. So it's going to be really nice this afternoon. 73 at Cocoa Beach. We're in the 60s right now in Umatilla, in Tavares. And Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar has been tracking a couple really light showers coming in from the Atlantic. Few and far between, 5 minutes, and they're in and out. But we may see a couple of sprinkles from underneath these clouds. This is a look at future clouds and radar. Now, overall, next 36 hours or so will be dry. But once we get into the day Thursday, things start to change Thursday night specifically. You see, we've got a system out here over Texas, a weak system, but it's going to move across the Gulf today and arrive in the Panhandle once we get into the day tomorrow, bringing some rain by afternoon. Here's a live view from Port Arthur, Texas, where it is raining, just to establish that the radar is not lying. It's actually raining. Anyway, all that stuff's moving eastward, and it looks like by 2 in the afternoon, it may work into Escambia County in the westernmost Panhandle. And then after that, Panama City Beach, Pensacola, and on into Tallahassee around or just after sunset, which for this region is good news because they really need the rain. They're in the midst of a severe to extreme to, in places, exceptional drought, the worst kind. So anything like this would be very good. It's going to take a lot more than just a few passing downpours to help, but this is better than nothing, right? Because it's the dry season. Oftentimes we don't see nothing for a long time. November, for instance, we didn't see nothing. We had 0.07 of an inch for the entire month. That's nothing. And so, yeah, that's this is good. Now, as far as Orlando goes, our best chance for rain from the system will be overnight Thursday. So tomorrow night into early Friday, but even then it looks like a lot of this is going to die in the vine. We may not see much as it passes through, but there's a hope for a few showers, maybe a brief downpour for a few communities. A weak cold front, by the way, coming through Friday, more of just a wind direction change and to move all the rain out of here because much of next week is going to be superb. This is the Christmas super early preview. It's about 8 days away at this point, and you see all the orange over Florida and Texas. That's widespread mid and upper 70s to around 80. And most of the country is going to be well above normal all the way up in Omaha, where it could be in the 60s. Chicago for Christmas in the 50s and 60s. That's really, really warm. St. Louis might flirt with 70. So the only cold places will be the far upper Midwest, like the northwestern Minnesota, northeastern North Dakota, and also New England. Folks in New England are going to miss out on this heat wave coming for the U.S. But it's going to make for a delightful week for us here in Florida. So here's a look at the 7-day forecast. Warming conditions over the next day or two, 81 tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be mainly dry and rain-free, just a breezy, warm, balmy, beautiful spring-like day. And then at night, we'll get into our rain chances. Friday morning, most of the rain ends before 10 a.m., and then we'll dry it out and set the stage for a beautiful weekend, which is also the first weekend of winter. That occurs on the winter solstice, Sunday morning at 10:03 a.m. It'll be the shortest day of the year. So in addition to next week being beautiful, we're also going to see our days getting longer by the day. It's not going to be like late sunsets by the end of next week.
Right.
It's going to take till June, but at least we're on the right track.
Yeah, every little bit helps.
Gotta start somewhere.
It is nice. You get that kind of a minute, every day or so, something like that.
Exactly.
That you kind of see. It does make a difference. It does add up. It's nice to kind of be at least trending toward those longer days.
You're describing paying off credit card debt.
Right.
It seems hopeless, but every little bit counts.
That's true. That's a good point.
All right.
Who knew we were going to get a forecast and financial advice
Absolutely.
from Brooks Garner?
Yeah, just trying to pay off that interest.
Well, Brooks, we appreciate you joining us.
You bet. Thanks, Garrett.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, here's a live look at Daytona Beach right now from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Keep it here. More Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. But let's talk a little bit about the 2026 Florida governor's race. We're still a ways out from it, but that doesn't mean there's not a lot of eyes on that race already. And some new polling out this week gives us a look at the state of the race on the Republican side. It is shaping up to be an interesting primary, but this polling from the American Promise showing that Byron Donalds leads the field by a lot. This is an initial ballot of likely Republican voters showing Byron Donalds at 38%, Jay Collins at 9%, James Fishback 2%, Paul Renner polling at 1%, and then unsure 49%. So joining us live now to talk about this polling, the state of the 2026 governor's race, we have Dr. Aubrey Jewett, UCF political science professor, joining us live now via Zoom. And Dr. Jewett, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me on.
First, I just want to get your initial takeaways. What stands out to you, if anything, about those initial results from this polling?
Well, probably the biggest one is the most obvious one, and that is Byron Donalds is the favorite by a wide margin in this Republican gubernatorial primary. And that it largely is because he's gotten the endorsement of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump still holds a lot of sway among Republican voters. You know, his nationwide approval ratings are under 50%, but amongst Republicans, Trump still carries a lot of weight. And so I think that's what this poll shows, is that Donalds has a big lead over all the other candidates who are not endorsed by Donald Trump at this point.
Yeah, a big lead, and it gets bigger when the pollsters specifically cite that Trump endorsement. So the initial numbers were 38% for Byron Donalds. When they specifically mention that Trump endorsement in the question, you see that goes up to 50%. For Byron Donalds, with Jay Collins falling down a couple of percentage points. As a result, you see more of those unsure, about 10 points from the unsure group going to Byron Donalds there. So I think that certainly shows exactly what you were talking about and the weight of that Trump endorsement in this race.
Indeed. And, you know, it also shows that a lot of voters, even Republican voters who, are somewhat engaged, they're not all paying attention to politics like political science professors and journalists are. So the first set of poll results is widely based on name recognition. But the fact is, Donald's got higher name recognition than all those other folks because of Trump's endorsement. But not everyone has heard of Trump's endorsement, even on the Republican side. And so when they are informed that, yes, Donald Trump has endorsed Byron Donalds for Florida governor, then we see Donald's numbers go even higher, right? I mean, 50%. I won't say the race is over, but he certainly is a prohibitive favorite. And, you know, if you're Jay Collins, who just was recently appointed lieutenant governor, if you are the former Speaker of the House, Paul Renner, polling at like 1 or 2%, or if you're trying to sort of run as an outsider candidate who's not been part of politics, Fishback, you've got your work cut out for you, right? No matter which angle you're going for, Donald certainly seems to be the one to beat as we are heading out of the gates of this Republican primary election.
I want to ask you about the undecided vote. It seems like a lot. Is that expected at this point to kind of still be at that, close to half?
Yeah, I would say that's not unusual because, again, I always tell my students this when I lecture, over at UCF, when we talk about politics and political knowledge. I say, you got to remember, the average Floridian is not like you, meaning that they are political science majors taking a class from me, so they're like really interested. But, the average voter, they'll pay attention when we get a little bit closer to the election. But right now, you're sort of like 1 year after one election and 1 year before the next. A lot of people just aren't paying that much attention. And thus, that's why they say they don't have a choice yet because, they haven't really researched the candidates. They haven't been exposed to a lot of ads and that sort of thing. And that maybe would be the one hope for some of the other candidates not named Byron Donalds in that Republican primary. It's like, okay, even when people are informed that Donald Trump has endorsed Byron Donalds, he's only at about 50%. So theoretically, maybe, we have some room to try to attract some voters and switch some minds between now and next November.
Speaking of one of those candidates, a potential candidate, not named Byron Donalds, Jay Collins. Let's talk about him for a minute. He's the lieutenant governor right now. There have been so many questions about whether he will enter this race. He seemed to tease it time after time. If you look at his social media, it appears like the social media of a candidate in this race. We know there's a group that is spending significant money on ads that we've seen on TV that are pro Collins, but still no announcement from him. What do you make of what we're seeing from Jay Collins?
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. And again, of the other candidates besides Byron Donalds, this is some good news for him in that he's not even officially in the race. Unlike the other two people that were in the poll who have officially gotten in, Collins is not officially in, and he's running second. Now, he's a distant second, but he is running second. And I think that he is biding his time because, at least what I have read and have heard, as I talk to other people who are in politics, he's waiting, hopefully still from his perspective, to get Governor DeSantis's endorsement. And so I think he's waiting to announce a run to see if Governor DeSantis will endorse him, right? Governor DeSantis clearly likes him, okay, right? Because he just appointed him as his lieutenant governor. So that's a positive sign for him. And DeSantis, for a long time, I might add that, one candidate that's not in there in the poll was Casey DeSantis, right? She was talked about as a potential nominee to carry on the DeSantis legacy, the Ron DeSantis legacy. Doesn't seem like she's going to run. So there is some thought that maybe this is what Jay Collins, this would sort of be his lane in the election, he would be the candidate that would be, if he was lucky, endorsed by DeSantis and then carry on the DeSantis policies and DeSantis style of leadership. That hasn't happened yet. He hasn't gotten a formal endorsement. Thus, he hasn't gotten into the race. I don't know if he will, but I think that's the main reason why he hasn't gotten in there so far.
Could a DeSantis endorsement make a difference in this race when you consider that Byron Donalds has that coveted Trump endorsement?
Well, I don't know that it will make a big enough difference to get Jay Collins in the lead in the polls. But I do think it would make a difference in that Collins would probably become the most recognized challenger to Donalds, right? Even though it's a multi-person race. If he was able to get Governor DeSantis's endorsement, he at least would become, I think, considered to be the main challenger to Donald. Again, I don't know that would be enough to put him over the top because, as we saw, in the primary election for president in 2024, President Trump pretty much trounced, Governor DeSantis, even here in his home state of Florida. And most of those people that voted for Trump, it's not that they disliked our governor. It's just that they really like Donald Trump better. And so Trump's endorsement seems to carry more weight than Governor DeSantis's. So.
I want to get your take on the state of the Democratic race here before I let you go. David Jolly and Jerry Demings, and we have seen some indications from new polling out this week that was paid for by the Demings campaign, as reported by Politico, that seems to give us an indication that the Demings campaign is really going to go at David Jolly over his Republican history, his past as a former Republican congressman. What do you think ends up the Democratic side of things kind of looks like moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, potentially that race seems like it's likely to be much closer, at least at this point. In the end, one of them could win by a much wider margin, and maybe it'd be an easy race. And of course, there might be others that get in the race as well, which could have a big impact. But right now, it looks like it could be somewhat close. Jolly got in early, was able to snatch up some endorsements, was able to start raising money for his campaign. So he's raised more so far. Jerry Demings, on the other hand, very solid candidate, right, and has executive branch experience as mayor and also as chief of police, and sheriff. So I think the poll that you just talked about basically shows what Jerry Demings' team is going to do in the primary, and that, of course, is a combination of two things. One, they're going to attack their primary opponent for being a longtime Republican and backing a lot of Republican policy positions over the years. And then two, they'll contrast that with Demings and his steady, longtime relationship of association with the Democratic Party and the policies that he believes in. And I think that will plant in some Democratic voters' minds the seed of doubt about Jolly, because they might look at David Jolly and say, okay, haven't we already had this before? We had a former Republican, who was elected to office, and then he ran, and that being Charlie Crist, and he got wiped out, right? And so I think that's what Demings will try to, if he doesn't go directly that obvious, that's sort of the take that his team will have, and try to plant that into the mind of Democratic voters that, hey, it's time to look at something different. Look at somebody who spent a long time, faithful Democrat. Look at somebody who really has been on the right side of the issues that you care about for a long time. And of course, we'll see how David Jolly responds, if he sort of takes the Charlie Crist, quote unquote, high road, sort of trying to be the optimistic, happy warrior, or whether he goes after Jerry Demings as well. Because as we all know in American politics, everybody's got something that you could attack when it comes to trying to influence voters.
Well, UCF political science professor Aubrey Jewett, we appreciate you joining us this morning. Always enjoy talking politics with you, and thanks for breaking down the governor's race with us here this morning.
Yeah, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let's talk about the Miami Dolphins. It's been a tough season for them. They were eliminated from playoff contention after a Monday Night Football loss earlier this week, and now we're seeing reports that they are benching their starting quarterback Tua Tagovailoa, and that could just be the first of many changes that we see with this team moving forward. Joining us live now to talk about this is Merrick Brave, writer for the Finsider, and we appreciate you joining us, Merrick, here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hey, thanks for having me, Garrett.
So what do you make of this? Benching Tua, is this something you saw coming? How should we think of this?
Well, I think first and foremost, this is a kind of a sad day for Dolphins fans, myself included. Obviously, I cover the team, but I've been a fan for, over 30 years at this point. And when Tua Tagovailoa was drafted with the 5th overall pick in 2020, it felt like the Dolphins finally had their next savior at quarterback ever since Dan Marino retired in 2000. So, there were a couple really good years when Mike McDaniel got here. Tua led the league in completion percentage and passer rating and passing yards. And now in 2025, Tua is leading the league in interceptions, which is obviously not a category you want to be leading the league in. So first and foremost, it's a sad day for Dolphins fans. But, moving on from that, the Miami Dolphins are going to look a lot different over the next 3 weeks, and they should look a lot different next year and moving forward as they try to right the ship and get this franchise back to the glory years, which we really haven't seen since Marino retired. But in all honesty, when talking about the ultimate goal of winning Super Bowls, we haven't seen in over 50 years at this point.
And it was just last year that Tua signed this contract extension. So what does this mean for the team financially moving forward?
Certainly not a situation that any franchise would want to find themselves in, but here we are with the Miami Dolphins. They still owe a lot of money to Tua Tagovailoa. Now, could that mean he returns to the team next year, maybe in a camp battle with a veteran they bring in? Maybe if Quinn Ewers, who's going to be taking the reins as the starting quarterback for the team, maybe if he balls out over the next 3 games, he gets an opportunity to possibly start for the team next year. Tua's owed a lot of money. If he's around, I highly doubt it's for more than one season, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Dolphins went the Russell Wilson Denver Broncos route and just ate the cap that is owed to Tua, ate the money that is owed to him, and went ahead and cut him in the offseason ahead of the 2026 season.
Merrick, what went wrong here? How do you think we ended up at this point? Like you said, he was believed at one point to be kind of the savior for this Dolphins franchise. What happened?
I think there's a lot of things that happened to Tua. I think Tua could potentially, have a lot of gripes with this organization between the way he was handled under Brian Flores during his first couple seasons in the league, and then now, with Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, a couple years ago, 22-23, had one of the best offenses in the National Football League with Tua Tagovailoa at the helm. But obviously injuries to Tua, concussions to Tua have kind of hampered his ability to play at the level that he did in 22 and 23. And he's kind of just a shell of the player he was then. His deterioration has come quickly, and that's just kind of how the National Football League works. When you're not performing up to the level, up to the standard that you have in the past, teams are going to move on from you, and that's what we're seeing now for the final 3 games of this season, with Tua Tagovailoa being benched in favor of that 7th-round rookie, Quinn Ewers.
So what should we expect then over the next few games, the rest of this season, from Quinn Ewers? And we know Zach Wilson also a part of the team. What do you think we see moving forward the rest of this year?
Well, quite frankly, just speaking for myself here, Mike McDaniel came out yesterday during his press conference and said he was going to choose the quarterback who he felt gave the team the best chance to win. He then turned to 7th-round rookie Quinn Ewers. And I have to say that Mike McDaniel, it doesn't feel like he was being entirely truthful when he said that this was all about winning games. To me, this feels like jockeying for the best draft pick that you can get in the 2026 NFL draft, while also seeing, what you have in Ewers. You did draft the kid, but it was with a 7th-round pick. So even the Dolphins didn't rate Quinn Ewers all too highly. So I do think this is about, keeping Tua healthy for the rest of the season, just in case you do have to play him in 2026. Maybe you have the potential to trade him, although at this point I would say his trade value is probably a lot lower than it was at the beginning of the season. So to me, this does feel like the team jockeying for the best draft pick that they can get in the first round of this upcoming draft.
Let's talk a little longer term here. We know Mike McDaniel is considered to be on the hot seat. We saw Tyreek Hill post a cryptic tweet earlier today with a peace sign. I mean, what happens moving forward with this Dolphins team and looking ahead to next year after such a disappointing season this year?
It really has been a disappointing season. I think Dolphins fans will find themselves into a similar position as they have in years past, where this team will be rebuilding for the next season, maybe 2-3 seasons beyond that as well. You know, you have a lot of money still owed to a quarterback that you no longer have faith in. Tyreek Hill will most likely not be playing football for the Miami Dolphins moving forward. If he plays football at all, he like you mentioned, he had that cryptic tweet with the peace sign and the young man disappearing in that tweet. That could be in reference to himself no longer being with the Miami Dolphins. That could be in reference to Tua Tagovailoa no longer being with the Miami Dolphins moving forward. Tyreek loves to stir the pot, and here he is doing that again this morning. But this team is going to look a lot different. Obviously, a new general manager is in the mix right now. You got Champ Kelly as the interim at the helm right now. Mike McDaniel, I would say his job is not 100% safe, although with him going to Quinn Ewers, now that the team has been eliminated from playoff contention, you would think that he might have some assurances that he'll at least get another shot, another try to turn this team around in 2026, if not beyond that as well. So I think Dolphins fans better buckle up. It's not a position that they're not used to, myself included. Ever since Dan Marino's retired, we've taken swings at the bat, and it seems to be nothing but swings and misses at this point. And unfortunately, Tua Tagovailoa now falls into that bucket as well. Somebody who was supposed to turn this franchise around, did for a short period of time, probably the most successful quarterback since Dan Marino, but still not good enough to get this team back to the promised land of playoff victories and Super Bowl appearances.
And I would have to imagine that's what makes this so difficult and so frustrating, to be heading back into another rebuild, knowing there were the glimpses, there was the encouragement, there were the signs that this was going to turn things around, and then how quickly things changed.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, Tua led the league in passer rating, in completion percentage, in passing yards, and this year now leads the league in interceptions. So certainly not what Dolphins fans were hoping for Tua Tagovailoa moving forward. But, in the 2020 draft, the team had the opportunity to draft either Justin Herbert or Tua Tagovailoa with that number 5 overall pick. They went with Tua. Herbert went 6th to the Chargers, and he is proving to be the better option at quarterback. As much as it pains myself to say that as a Dolphins fan, I know I cover the team as well at the Finsider, but Herbert has proven to be the right choice. Tua, with that hip injury and then the subsequent concussions, has had his career path derailed, so to speak. And we'll see where it goes for Tua from here. He, by all accounts, seems like a great guy. Wish him nothing but the best, but it doesn't look like his success, if there is any to be found, will be had in Miami.
Merrick Brave, the Finsider, we appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus and talking about this with us.
Thank you so much for having me, Garrett.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. All right.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We want to give you a couple of our Fox 35 News Plus headlines right now, a couple of the stories that we are continuing to track today, including the Orange County Public School Board yesterday in a work session deciding to move forward and move ahead in the process of potentially consolidating 7 schools. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, and they're looking at 6 elementary schools and a middle school as well. And Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz has more on the discussion from that work session late yesterday afternoon and where things go from here.
No final decision was made just yet, but this was the okay the district needed to move forward with closing those 7 schools. In just 3 years, overall enrollment is down 8,000 students, and it's expected to just keep declining. Now, the Orange County Public School District is considering closing 7 schools by the end of the school year. Those include 6 at the elementary level and 1 middle school. And it's because of their enrollment, which ranges from 61% to just 38%. The district says those numbers are just too low to make any financial sense. The plan, if approved, would be for those 3,000 students and their family to be sent to other schools in the district. Board leaders say this isn't going to be an easy decision.
If we keep doing what we've been doing, I don't know that we're turning the ship around.
It is difficult, but as a community leader, we have to make these decisions to be fiscally responsible and do what is best for our students.
The final decision will come in January after the district holds a few community meetings to keep the parents updated on what's going on. As for the parents, they are upset. Some of them actually created petitions to try to get this to stop. We'll keep you updated on how this develops. For now, reporting in Orange County, Amanda Ruiz, Fox 35 News.
That was Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz earlier today, giving us the details about that plan as it moves forward. We're also following up today on the arrest of a Sanford police officer now facing a number of charges in connection with an investigation that landed him behind bars. We're talking about Ronny Neal. Sanford police say they started investigating him back in July of last year and found a lot of details that they say were certainly concerning and now leading to charges of official misconduct and organized fraud as well. They believe that he created fake off-duty details and then charged the city of Sanford for overtime. Fox 35's Marley Capper has more on that case.
Good morning. Well, investigators say Ronny Neal made up fake off-duty hours and then charged the city to pay him for work that he didn't work. Investigators say the city's finance department started looking into this last year. Neal was allegedly creating fake off-duty details, then charging the city of Sanford on his timesheet for working them. He's now facing 79 counts of official misconduct, which are third-degree felonies, and 1 count of organized fraud, a second-degree felony. In a statement, Sanford's police chief, Cecil Smith, says he feels betrayed and disgusted by the crimes, going on to say, quote, Neal chose day after day to lie, cheat, and steal from the community he took an oath to serve and protect. Neal had been employed by the department since 2003. Now police say that more charges could be coming as the investigation continues. There is a press conference starting at 10 a.m. this morning. Our crews will be there to bring you the latest. Reporting in Sanford, Marley Capper, Fox 35 News.
And we were at that news conference. We will have more from that coming up in just a little bit, where we hear from the police chief talking about this. Also want to let you know, scheduled for this afternoon, that arrested officer is expected to make his first appearance in court. That is scheduled for 2 o'clock. Also in court this afternoon, a custody hearing in the case involving the stepmother of Anna Kepner. This is that unrelated child custody case where we've been getting some details about the death of the Titusville teenager on board that Carnival cruise ship, and also her 16-year-old step-sibling, who is considered to be a suspect in her death. Still a lot of questions about this and about this investigation. But attorney Mark Nejame, a legal analyst, was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about where things stand and what we can expect in court this afternoon.
This is a disturbing case, Mark, and we really don't know a lot of facts, but we are gleaning a lot of facts from these custody hearings. It's very unusual. What do you make of that?
Well, it's unusual that there's been no charges, but while there's a pending civil case going on, that's only helpful to investigators who will be able to take the information that comes out during these discovery proceedings or during the court proceedings and then utilize it as part of their investigation and build their case. What's not been done in this case, and you don't really need one in homicide cases, but jurors and the public want to see it, what's the motive? And so I think that the civil case as it unfolds, the custody case, will help develop what kind of motive, if any, if this particular suspect, the stepbrother, is in fact ultimately charged and brought to trial.
So, Mark, initially when this case started to unfold, we were told that they had, key card information of who went in and out of that particular cabin, that they had cameras in the hallway. We know that they have evidence, but we're just not hearing much about it. And you mentioned it is a little unusual. We're 6 weeks post, Anna Kepner's death and still no arrest. I always feel like there's a lot more, that they know that they don't tell us. Why is that?
Well, you don't want to tell your enemy your battle plan. We don't know exactly what they have, and it's good law enforcement procedure simply not to tell the public what's going on. Here you have a blended family, a very complex family situation. We don't know who else is protected. We don't know who's protecting who. We don't know which sides have been drawn on this case fully, and we also don't know. And it's not meant to start rumors, but the reality is we don't know who else the investigators may in fact be investigating. We do know that we have a 16-year-old suspect, and we have an 18-year-old victim. We have stepbrother and stepsister, and we have certain allegations coming out that there was a questionable relationship between the two of them, questionable being that she was fearful of him. So those things become relevant to the case. It addresses the issues of possible motive, but it also addresses the issues, is there some measure of parental negligence here where they could be being looked at? We don't know, but that's all a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark, one of the things I was reading, her cause of death listed as mechanical asphyxia. And something I read was that it could be argued as either accidental or something that went too far. Is that something that you think that is being looked at behind the scenes as well?
Oh, absolutely. The mechanical asphyxiation can be anything. It can be sitting on somebody's chest. It can be a chokehold, strangulation. It can be any of those things. And since the autopsy report, we've only got that word from investigators. We haven't seen the actual report. And so accordingly, we've got a situation we don't really know the cause of death. We've heard rumors, and rumors are always very dangerous, in particular in a case like this where she had some bruising on her neck. We don't know if that's accurate or not. But if in fact it is, then we need to rule out the issue of horseplay. Could it have gone too far? Could kids be playing with each other and then one gets strangled to the point of death? It's unlikely, but it's definitely possible. And if you're a defense attorney and if you have a defense and that's what your client's telling you, well, then you're going to be moving forward with that theory. So accordingly, they want to rule out everything and have nothing else remaining. And that's appropriate for investigators to take their time. There's no urgency. They apparently know where the young man is. And so, the public wants to know, but law enforcement and then ultimately the state attorney's office or U.S. attorney's office will want to make sure that they've got the strongest case possible.
Again, so that hearing going on at 2:30, just like the last custody hearing that we were inside the courtroom for, we are not allowed to live stream that. And because of the editing that goes into that, that involves making sure the names of minors who have not been charged or anything like that does not go out. We will not. It is unlikely that we will have you inside the courtroom for our live streaming today. But we will have updates this afternoon, later today, on Fox 35 News at 5. Esther Bower is going to be inside the courtroom for that, so we will check in with her a little bit later. Right now, I want to take you to Capitol Hill. This is a hearing, an FCC oversight hearing that has been going on today. The Senate committee asking questions of the chairman of the FCC and what could be at times a bit of a contentious back and forth because of a lot of questions surrounding licenses, broadcast licenses, and also mergers when it comes to some of these companies. And so let's listen in for a couple of minutes live from Capitol Hill.
Recommendations. or cause harm by their recommendations, going beyond just the digital billboard, but actually taking those now and sending them out to hundreds of millions of people?
Yes, Senator, and there's a debate to some extent in the courts as well about part of Section 230 that talks about platforms being liable if they've contributed, even in part, to the development. And this is sort of a live issue, is how does algorithms play into the contributed in part portion of that analysis?
Yeah, and as everybody here knows, this Section 230 goes decades and decades back. And I think it's clear to say we didn't really see the world that we're in today. And so I just introduced that to you and to others as something that we need to start thinking about. Also, when you were in my office, we talked about permitting reform. And would love to ask you, you've had a chance to think about this, what's the role of Congress in assisting you in your permitting reform goals, and what can we be doing on our side to make sure that we can actually complete these projects in a responsible way that are so important to you to complete?
Well, thank you, Senator. Look, I think it's, there's no question that it costs too much and it takes too long to build out not just broadband infrastructure, but almost any infrastructure in this country. And I think that's probably one of the most significant economic development efforts that this Congress can do, is to continue to codify and streamline permitting regulations. We have a proceeding underway at the FCC. We're looking at NEPA, the environmental regulations, and how perhaps they've been misapplied in onerous ways over the years. We're looking at state and local requirements where potentially their fees and permitting structure might not align with the cost-based approach that we've used before. But we have to get back to turning dirt, and this is going to be an important work stream for us.
Commissioner Trustee, how do you see permitting reform, and how important is it that we figure this out?
It's essential. It's essential to meeting our universal connectivity goals. You know, as the chairman mentioned, we've been working on simplifying rules, reducing regulatory burdens on businesses, and streamlining licensing and permitting processes to better advance broadband providers' build-out efforts. So we're looking at pole attachments, making those processes more cost-effective and transparent. He mentioned environmental and historic reviews, making sure that those reviews are more predictable and efficient. And we're also looking at opening up access to rights-of-way, another barrier to deploying broadband and connecting homes and businesses across the country.
Commissioner Gomez, do you agree with your colleagues?
Senator, I think getting access to affordable broadband is as quickly as possible is very important.
I'm pleased that on our side, this seems to be a bipartisan issue. There are still some hurdles moving forward, but figuring out here again how to do it responsibly. Nobody's suggesting we should be irresponsible. Chairman Carr, in the few seconds I have left, can you maybe educate us on what happens if we don't figure out permitting reform?
Well, communities that have been stuck on the wrong side of the digital divide are going to remain there. The cost of building is going to be higher. That could raise prices, and it'll slow down the build out of these BEAD infrastructure projects that I think are going to be really important to the country. So we got to get going.
I would agree. I think we all agree. I would also point out this is not just in your world. In the energy sector, we have the same problem. And we're really struggling as a country figuring out how to be able to allow things to move forward in a responsible way. And I hope that here in the Senate we can figure out a path forward for everybody that needs this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time.
Thank you. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses. I come from the state of Delaware. We are, like many of my colleagues, we're urban, we're suburban, we're rural, and we're also coastal. For me and a lot of members here, we've been working on the digital divide for a very long time. And that's everything from investing in connectivity to looking at modernizing our maps. We have places in Delaware where you will drive and your call will drop. You know exactly where that spot is going to be. But the bottom line is, if you have access, but you can't afford the services, then you really don't have it. And so we are in the midst of an affordability crisis. Everything from rent to groceries to broadband internet has gone up. And it's clear that we have to be laser focused on affordability. So my first question is for you, Commissioner Gomez. Commissioner Gomez, Democratic leadership at the FCC in the past has emphasized affordability, competition, transparency, and closing the digital divide. Commissioner, from your perspective, how do affordability policies under the previous Democratic-led FCC compare to the current administration's affordability policies, and how specifically it relates to consumer outcomes?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. This administration has really lost its focus on consumer issues, and particularly on affordability. We have not seen any action to address affordability. When we lost the Affordable Connectivity Program, millions of consumers lost their service and lost their support for their service. We are spending billions of dollars to deploy networks, but we're not going to have sustainable networks if people cannot afford to actually have subscribe to the service. We need seniors to have access so that they can get healthcare services. We need students to have access to broadband so that they can prepare themselves for this AI economy that is coming. We need people to be able to access the internet for jobs. I was just listening this morning to the head of the National Economic Council who said we're not going to have a problem with finding jobs because they can be found on the internet. And my thought at the moment was, if you have access to the internet, schools and libraries need to have access to the internet. Instead, this commission took back the ability to provide hotspots through libraries so that people could have internet at home and so that students could have hotspots through their schools. Same thing with Wi-Fi on school buses. We are not ensuring that people who cannot afford to be connected can get access to the internet.
So not only will people not be able to afford the services and the tools that they need, but more people will be left behind.
Correct.
Commissioner, as connectivity expands through the Internet of Things, AI, the future 6G networks, cybersecurity risks to consumers grow significantly. Do you believe the FCC has taken the appropriate steps to future-proof the cybersecurity of everyday Americans in an increasingly complex telecommunications ecosystem, and why? And Commissioner Trustee, I'm going to ask you a similar question.
This FCC oversight hearing continuing right now. I do want to let you know and give you a live look inside the courtroom in Lake County. We do know a verdict is in the Alex Lopez trial that we have been following this week. We are waiting for that to be read. As you see, there is still some that just came in, that there is a verdict, so it will take a few minutes for things to kind of get into place over there. But wanted to let you know we're monitoring that, and we'll take you to that here shortly. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to give you another live look right now inside the courtroom in Lake County, where we are expecting a verdict any minute now in the trial of Alex Lopez. He is the man accused of killing the man you see on your screen right there, 55-year-old Raed Shahada. You see photos of him with his family. And according to investigators, he was a clerk at the M&M Mart in Leesburg and was working at the time. He was FaceTiming his wife at the time that a masked robber entered the store, as seen on surveillance video, ended up jumping the counter and firing shots that killed Raed Shahada. Investigators say they believe that to be Alex Lopez, who you see walking into the courtroom right now. And he is charged with murder in this case. This has been a closely watched case for more than a year. Lopez, investigators say they had been searching for him for a while, and it was a couple months after this alleged crime that he was found and taken into custody. So a verdict is in. We are getting ready to hear that read out shortly. You see the deputies there taking handcuffs and shackles off of Lopez as he walks in, again wearing civilian clothes. He is not wearing his jail jumpsuit, as we often see in cases like this, because you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. And that is what prosecutors are hoping they have done in this case, waiting to hear what the jury thinks, because that they are the final arbiters here when it comes to his guilt or innocence in this case. Jury selection began on Monday and went for much of the day. Opening statements began yesterday. The first witness we heard from was the widow of Raed Shahada, who, again, investigators say was FaceTiming her husband at the time of this shooting and robbery. It appears that the jury will be coming in shortly. So let's go ahead and listen in here and see if that is happening as we await a verdict in this Alex Lopez trial. Closing statements we heard earlier today. So we are monitoring this case right now. Let's go ahead and listen in. It does not appear that the jury has come in quite yet. We are trying to see if they are about to, trying to get a gauge here. Obviously, something that is somewhat difficult to do, not being inside.
Deputy Franson tells me we have a verdict. Are we ready to bring
the courtroom? But let's go ahead and listen in as here comes the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please rise for the jury.
And you got all the evidence? You inventoried it? No. Okay. We're going to do that before I'll stick around.
Jury coming into the courtroom right now, getting ready to hear their verdict in this trial out of Lake County. Alex Lopez, you see standing there at the defendant's table alongside his defense attorneys and waiting to find out his fate, charged with murder in the death of 55-year-old Raed Shahada last year. Let's listen in.
Be seated. All right, members of the jury, we have a, who's the foreperson? So, forgive me here, is it Mr. Linninger?
Yes, sir.
And your verdict is unanimous?
Yes, sir.
That is, all 12 of you agreed to the same verdict?
Yes, sir.
All right, could you please hand Deputy Franson the verdict form? Today is the 17th. All right, the court finds that there are no errors nor omissions. Would the clerk please publish the verdict?
In the Circuit Court of the 5th Judicial Circuit of the State of Florida in and for Lake County, State of Florida versus Alex Lopez, case number 2024 CF 1341. Verdict count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree. So say we all, dated the 17th day of December 2025. Kenneth Leninger, foreperson. Verdict count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of robbery with a firearm. So say we all, dated the 17th day of December 2025. Kenneth Leninger, foreperson.
Would the state or the defense like to poll the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have it?
Kenneth Leninger, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Mariah George, is this your true verdict?
All right, as they poll the jurors, it does appear, we don't want to listen in as they call them by name, but convicted of first-degree murder and also found guilty of robbery with a firearm. Alex Lopez convicted after a 3-day trial in Lake County, convicted in connection with the death of Raed Shahada, who, again, as we have shown you multiple times, this surveillance video, hard for the defense to overcome that, as you see the gun being pointed at the victim, the suspect, who we now know, Alex Lopez, hopping over that counter and killing Raed Shahada as he FaceTimed his wife while working a shift at that convenience store. So we will continue to follow up on this case out of Lake County. But again, the breaking news for this trial we've been following this week, Alex Lopez convicted in a murder trial. We will find out next what his sentence might be. That's another phase of this trial. I want to go now to a story out of Osceola County, today marking 4 years that a Osceola County woman has been missing. Paula Miranda Rosa, last seen December 17th, 2021 in Wekiva State Park. The investigators in this case at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and Crime Line as well, now looking for some new information that they hope will help break this case and bring some answers for family members. Joining me live now to talk about this, Osceola County Sheriff Christopher Blackman, who joins us live now via Zoom. Sheriff Blackman, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hey, Alex, thank you for having us.
Sheriff, first talk with us about what we know about this case, where things stand with the investigation, and what you want people to know.
Well, it's been 4 years today since Paola Miranda Rosa disappeared. So we're trying to bring to light her disappearance and see if we can gain any information in the past 4 years. If anybody has any information, any tips, anything they think is worthy, they can contact the Osceola County Sheriff's Office or they can contact Crime Line. We're just trying to bring this back to light so we can try to find this lady.
It has been 4 years. We know this, we showed the video there that was shown that showed her in the water there at Wekiva State Park. And we know that's an area where there are a lot of alligators, but we also know family members had raised concerns about potential kidnapping in this. Is there any evidence of that?
We don't have any evidence of that, but I can tell you our investigators are trying diligently to resolve this case. And again, through Crime Line or anybody else, if you have any tips, we'll take anything you've got and let us vet it, see if there's any validity to the tips. But we're trying to resolve this for the family.
We know that family members had also previously raised questions about how this investigation was handled. I know you were not sheriff here at the time, but have you discovered any potential issues with that investigation that may be making the case more difficult at all right now?
No, but all I can tell you is that since I found out about this, we've got it to the forefront of it. We contacted Crime Line, and now they're putting a $5,000 reward out to try to help us locate this lady.
How do you hope something like that may help? I would imagine as time goes on, cases like this can become more difficult. Like you said, we know it has been 4 years now. So what is the hope with this reward and this new call for information?
Well, we spoke with the mother, Yvonne Rosa, this morning about the case because today is 4 years. And once again, we're just trying to bring to light the case, and maybe this will jog somebody's memory. They can bring us a tip or something to help us try to bring a resolution to this case.
Right, Osceola County Sheriff Christopher Blackman, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. What's the bottom line here? What do you want people to know about this case, and again, your plea for information?
Yeah, once again, she's a 35-year-old female, last seen 4 years ago, and we're looking forward to some tips or information to help us resolve the case.
All right, Sheriff, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
I do want to go ahead and get you back inside this courtroom in Lake County. It appears we are now hearing from the widow in this case, who it appears may be speaking right now, maybe reading a victim impact statement from the daughter. This is what is being read right now. So the widow reading a victim impact statement from the daughter in this case as we move into sentencing in the case of Alex Lopez, who was just convicted of murder in the death of Rayed Shahada. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And while she deleted it, I couldn't bring myself to. I can't play it, but I can't delete it. All the times we'd ask each other to trade, and when he played in the living room on max volume. All the times he'd pick me up from Tallahassee, and the times he surprised me. I remember he called me on video, and I could see a familiar background. Then I heard him outside my door. I'd give anything to hear his voice again, not just through video, to hug him again, not just in my dreams. My daughter had a very close relationship with her father. All of my kids did. On the night of May 30th, it was a normal night. We were talking about the kids, and what it made it special that night, it was my daughter's 16th birthday. When someone walked in and changed the trajectory of our lives for not only myself, but for my children. My daughter can't celebrate her birthday without a horrific memory of losing her dad. To walk into a room and to see bags where they tried to save your husband's life, but they couldn't, it breaks my heart. I walked through in a fog for several months after I lost my husband. My daughter on the car ride home, because we took a bag expecting just to go, thinking he had just an injury, my daughter said to me, "Mommy, I had to say the call to prayer in Daddy's ear, like he did for me when I came into the world, and he left on the same day." Do you know how heart-wrenching that is? How broken my heart was. Every single day I look at my kids, and I know what they've lost. My oldest son, if we start talking about his dad, he walks out of the room. For a period of time after he lost his dad, he couldn't even come into our bedroom without crying. I don't sit in my den anymore, because that's where we spent the majority of our time as a family. I sit in my bedroom, watch TV. That's where me and the kids gather. It is difficult because we were such a close-knit family. What he took from us that night, no one will ever know. To have to drive 3 hours not knowing the outcome was the most gut-wrenching, heartbreaking time to be in limbo. I promise you, today's verdict was not a miscarriage of justice. It was the perfect carriage of justice. And I promise you, my kids, while this doesn't take away their pain, it will alleviate some of it. One more thing I want to add about my 10-year-old. When this incident happened, for several months after it, he would run in our room at any little noise outside, thinking someone was coming to get him. I had to get up countless nights just to comfort him and to let him know he was safe and everything was okay. My children have never experienced trauma a day in their life. They had 2 loving parents. Now I have to be a parent by myself. We did everything right. Everything. Got married, had the kids, worked hard. And to have all that taken in a night, it's not right. It's not right. And I will never, ever, ever forgive him for what he took from my family. That is all.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Payne, please present your client. Mr. Lopez, having been found guilty by the jury to the charge of murder in the first degree and robbery with a firearm contained in case number 24 CF 1314, the court does find you to be guilty of the offense of murder in the first degree and robbery with the firearm. You can be seated. Are we going to hear Mr. Nunley in terms of sentence, what the state is seeking?
As far as the first-degree murder charge, the only possible sentence would be life without parole. Mr. Lopez does, I believe, qualify as PRR. I don't know that it makes much difference under these circumstances, but he is PRR. We have the certifieds ready for certified convictions are with the clerk. We can present them now.
Please.
And Your Honor, just to say that in order to prove PR, that would have been a jury question, Your Honor. The jury needed to check off whether or not he was PR at the time.
What was the question?
It's a jury issue, whether or not he's PR. The jury has to find that.
Well, Mr. Nunley, I'll let you make, if you want to discuss that with Ms. Jones.
Please, Your Honor. On notice of intent to invoke PRR, I'm not sure we are required to do so, and there is nothing that requires it to go to the jury.
Okay, well, we'll proceed, and if that's the issue, it can be resolved subsequently.
Your Honor, if a notice isn't filed, how can he invoke PR if he hasn't filed a notice?
Mr. Nunley, you said notice was not filed?
No notice was filed, Your Honor.
Okay. A notice doesn't have to be given to the defense for the PRR?
It does, Your Honor.
If it does, then we're not going to make the vote, not going to request it.
Okay. And concerning the robbery with the firearm.
15 years.
School sheet on that one.
Please not do 15 years, the max. 15 years for the max.
That 15 years, 15 years is the maximum sentence. We would request that, Your Honor.
Is there a score sheet?
No, you don't need a score sheet.
Never did a score sheet?
We did not do one yet, Judge.
Okay.
You don't need a score sheet.
With a life without parole sentence, I don't know that one is really
That's okay.
anything other than redundant.
I was just curious. And concerning possession of a firearm or ammunition by a felon.
We'll announce a null pros on that charge, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Nunley?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Payne, any comment?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lopez, for the charge of murder in the first degree, I sentence you to life without parole, and for the charge of robbery with a firearm, I sentence you to 15 years to run consecutively. You will have 30 days to appeal. You will have the mandatory court cost of prosecution of $150, cost the public defender fee of $100. Within 5 days, if you are released, you need to get to clerk of the court window, sign up for the payment plan. Failing to do so will cause you to have a suspension on your driver's license. Anything else, Dina? I will appoint the public defender's office for appellate purposes. There'll be credit for time served, gain time earned. Mr. Nunley, anything else?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Dina, anything? All right, thank you very much.
Life sentence without parole. That is the sentence handed down from the judge to Alex Lopez. You see handcuffed and shackled, being taken back into custody as those in the gallery, family members, begin to leave the courtroom. Lopez will be fingerprinted and booked as he gets ready to begin serving out his life sentence. Just convicted of first-degree murder in the death of the 55-year-old Raed Shahada. You see photos with his family there working as a store clerk at a convenience store, essentially in Leesburg last year when Lopez robbed the store at gunpoint. You see the surveillance video of him coming in, pointing the gun at Shahada, who was FaceTiming his wife at the time. You also see him in this clip climbing over the counter. We heard emotional testimony from the widow of Shahada. We heard an emotional victim impact statement that she shared, as well as statements from Shahada's daughter talking about their loss. And there you see Lopez being taken back into custody, where he will spend the rest of his life. Life in prison for the murder charge, 15 years the sentence for the robbery. Those sentences are to be served consecutively. So breaking news this afternoon that in that case that we've been following for a year and a half now since it happened out of Lake County. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. President Donald Trump at Joint Base Andrews just got off of Marine One, now climbing aboard Air Force One. He is leaving the Washington, D.C. area, heading to Dover, Delaware to witness the dignified transfer of a fallen service member. That ceremony will begin in just a little bit. You see some other officials, including Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, climbing aboard with him as well. So again, that is expected this afternoon in Dover, Delaware. A fallen service member will be honored with a dignified transfer, and the president will be attending that. And that is where Air Force One is heading off to this afternoon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. What has been a busy day with a lot of breaking news and a number of other live events as well. In Tallahassee this morning, we saw the Florida State Cabinet convene. So the governor, the attorney general, the CFO, the agriculture commissioner, the members of the governor's cabinet convening inside the cabinet room in person at the state capitol today, where they heard a big presentation on state debt and the financial situation here in the Sunshine State. And one of the other interesting things they talked about was home insurance, property insurance, and where things stand with that, potential reductions in that as the state, with a push from the governor, continues to work toward potentially eliminating property taxes. And they also discussed artificial intelligence, the role that all might play in this. I want to play for you a little bit of that discussion inside the Florida cabinet room earlier today.
Okay, and then on homeowners insurance, I know we've had a couple announcements that they're going to be, some of the bigger insurers are going to be rate reductions. And I know we were with the reinsurer at the reinsurance conference, and that reinsurance has come in less as well. So what's the forecast there?
Very positive outlook across the board in the property space. If you look at just last year, the average rate increase in Florida was 0.8%, which is impacted by a lot of factors outside of anything. Most of the country was in a place where it was about 20 to 30%. And so we're really swallowing, with the reforms, we're really swallowing a lot of systemic issues throughout the entire system globally with the savings that we've had from the tort reform. I think that will continue and accelerate into the upcoming year. In discussions with reinsurers we've had a reduction of some kind in the cost of reinsurance on an adjusted basis every single year since those reforms. I think we should expect anywhere between an 8 to 15% reduction this upcoming year due to the reforms. It's definitely a buyer's market now at this point for Florida. You can compare that with other states such as California, Colorado, other places that have not yet instituted any kind of meaningful reform. They've instituted some, but not a lot of reform to address challenges in their market. We're seeing the opposite here, where those savings are being baked in.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think the homeowners insurance gone up nationwide about 40% in the last 4 or 5 years, and so 2024 S&P Global said Florida had the lowest increase in the country. Where do we know where we're going to be in 25? We're going to be close to the top for lowest.
I would expect so, Governor. So in our internal analysis, we're at about we're in a negative territory, low negative territory on rate increases. So I don't think there will be really. I wouldn't want to prognosticate completely, but it'd be hard to imagine any other state beating that right now, based on what we see. So I would expect us to be at the lowest or right there in this upcoming year. And it continues to be really just, if you look at what's different in Florida, is that we had this giant pressure, this giant cost built into the system that was soaking up a lot of capital that policyholders were paying, going to the trial, to bad actors in the trial bar space, that is no longer there. And so that money is going back to the pockets of consumers. We're not being collected at all.
So Citizen, where were we at the recent peak, and where will we be by the end of the year?
So we peaked at about 1.4 million policyholders right before the tort reforms were passed under your leadership, actually the leadership of everyone in front of me. Once that happened, we started a slow roll downwards. I can tell you when you appointed me to this position, we're at 1.4 million, February of 2023. I thought it would be a victory for us to stay below 1.8 million. And in fact, the reforms exceeded all expectations. We're down to about 380,000 policies within Citizens, which is the smallest it has been in in decades. And so there's been tremendous takeout energy. We also, at the same time, we're looking very closely at companies that are doing takeouts to make sure that they are able to financially bear that risk. We don't want a situation where we depopulate and give it to companies that can't necessarily do that. So there is a built-in process to make sure that that's taking place, but it's a real success story. Citizens depopulation is not the cause of a successful market, but it is a great indicator of one that is healthy.
Yeah, so I know that they propose kind of a modest reduction. And, I'm just thinking and obviously you guys got to evaluate it, although, your role in Citizens is probably greater than a private company because it's the state's insurer of last resort, right? So, so we look and say they had all these people paying in for these years, right? And now they're not exposed to those people's risk anymore. And so it seems to me, and I know some of the areas they have are hard to insure, like the Keys, but it seems to me that there's some more downward room to get lower rates, even for our Citizens policyholders. I mean, they basically, why would you give the same reduction to a vacation home as you do to someone's primary residence? You could do a big cut on primary residences. The Keys, it's hard to do the Keys, but you could definitely prevent any increase in the Keys, if you wanted to, particularly for primary homes. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here, and I know you're reviewing this, but I think it'd be good. I think we'd all be interested in seeing, what would make sense going forward to the maximum ability. I mean, you can't be taking in all this money and then now you have a million less people that on there, and so your risk has gone down. Well, then what you're charging these people, should probably go down too. So I'd like to see that, and I think I think a lot of people would appreciate it, particularly in places like South Florida.
Yeah, absolutely, Governor. We'll be looking very closely at the Citizens filing as we do all the filings that come in. Citizens is obviously an important one because it is that insurer of last resort. I think when we've looked at it in the past, different models have different projections on the catastrophe risks that come in. We'll be leaning probably pretty heavily into the public model analysis on this one because that is one that looks at social, what we call social inflation broadly, which is the abuse and fraud in the system. Some of the private models have not quite incorporated the reforms the way we'd like to see that happen, whereas the public model just does it fundamentally differently. So,
the other thing too is I remember when Milton was hit, and obviously they had Helene, then Milton, but Milton comes, and Milton was more traditional coming across, Florida. Helene was mostly storm surge that did hit the Big Bend, but it hit a lot of rural, so it did do damage right there in the coast. But in terms of the damage from the wind and stuff, Milton was viewed as going to potentially be more damaging, whereas Helene was more of a storm surge in water. And they were the morning after, they're it's estimated, and I think I was doing an interview, Governor, it's estimated $50 billion in damages. I'm like, how the hell do you know? Literally, we just woke up in the morning after this, you can't survey the damage yet, so they were projecting this, and then the actual damage was closer in terms of what I guess insurable law was a fraction of that, right? Yeah. It wasn't even close. And I think that is showing that, with more modern construction that's done in Florida, that you do have, pretty good aversion to damage in those structures. And so I just think that's something that should be factored in to how these projections are done. That these homes in the more newer, they can withstand, major storms. Look, water when it rises, that's tough, but that's also a different policy than the wind policy. But doing this, these homes did very well relative, and it's all because of the building standards and the building code and everything like that. So, I think that these models, some of them are not accurate. And the last thing that I think that you guys should be wanting to do is embrace a model that's not accurate is going to lead to people justifying people paying more. No, I'd rather have it accurate and people pay less.
You're absolutely right, Governor. I have to say, when you said that on TV, there was a huge round of applause from the office because we'd been thinking the same thing in the days leading up to this. We saw wild estimates from Moody's RMS and other modeling companies. I think one of the things that's changed in modeling that may bear some scrutiny in Florida, although we're ahead of every other state in the degree to which we look at models, is a qualitative analysis over time of how they perform. Right now we do a quantitative of how they build their models, but no qualitative analysis of how they've done over the years. And now these companies, models used to be relatively smaller operations that were in a niche industry. that did very small things. A lot of them have been absorbed by larger companies that now broadcast widely as they possibly can, what their expected losses are. And it really can psychologically impact not just the insurance industry, but how people feel about events that are coming on. And there really is not a lot of accountability in that space after the event to what they expected versus what they got. And you're absolutely right on the building code. If you look at where Milton actually impacted the state of Florida, it is about, the actual losses are about $5 to $7 billion so far, way shy of the $27 billion, for example, that one modeler projected. And that was 2 weeks after the storm. They came down, they did inspections, they looked at things and said they estimated the loss to be about $27 billion. One of the reasons for that may very well be that the areas of Florida that it hit is an area that is almost all post-2002 growth. The vast majority of the population, which means it's post our newer generation building codes that were designed to sustain themselves, for those buildings to be sustainable following events just like that. And so I think it bears further research. We're asking the legislature to give us some additional funding to support that research, and hopefully they'll get there. But it really does bear additional scrutiny.
Anybody have anything else?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. You brought up an interesting point. I just want to, so post-hurricane models, which should have already taken into account the new construction in the areas hit, still came up with a higher aggregate amount.
They did.
That's a little concerning that they popped that number out, and the actual number was about 30, if the number's correct, about a third of what the actual forecast was.
Yeah, yes, CFO. There's one entity in the world that collects the actual claims data for after every single hurricane that hits Florida, and that's our office. And so when we look at that, we actually collect the universe. It's not a model loss or projected loss. It's the actual losses incurred. So far, we're at below $7 billion for Milton particularly. The estimates, again, just pointing to one. And models we use them as tools. They're not soothsayers. It's not the absolute determining factor of a rate. That's why we have actuaries and other tools that kind of check that. But ultimately, the models are, and you can say the same thing for Ian, which a lot of models place that event at a loss of about $50 billion.
That's Insurance Commissioner Michael Jaworski speaking earlier today in front of the Florida Cabinet. We watched Air Force One take off from Joint Base Andrews as the president leaves Washington, D.C. to head to Delaware for a dignified transfer ceremony. We're also awaiting CFO Blaise Ingoglia speaking live in Tampa coming up shortly. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us this afternoon live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to give you a live look. We are still awaiting a news conference from CFO Blaise Ingoglia in Tampa. You can see folks taking advantage of the opportunity for some photos there. We're getting ready to hear from him. We don't know the exact topic. It is some sort of he's supposed to speak about some sort of legislative proposal, so we will bring that to you live when that does begin. Also this afternoon, we are following up on the arrest of a Sanford police officer due in court at 2 o'clock, so about 1 hour from now. Ronny Neal set to make his first appearance in court. We did hear earlier today from the Sanford police chief talking about this case. I want to bring in Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, who joins us live now via Zoom. Chris, you were at that news conference.
Sorry, Garrett, I'm having some issues hearing you, but I will tell you really quickly what we know so far. There is a officer from the Sanford Police Department named Ronny Neal who is accused of falsifying off-duty work documents while a part of the department. This happened over a 9-month span, according to the department. So he's been arrested and charged with 80 different felony counts related to this incident. This is a officer who is with the department for about 20 years. He gained the trust of the department, and according to the police chief, he abused that trust. In just about an hour, he will appear in court for the first time facing those charges. What they are saying he did was through a partnership with this place that's called Lofts at Eden. It's an apartment complex in Sanford. He was a courtesy officer there, meaning that he was working for free. He was scheduled to roam around and to provide some extra security, but over the course of those 9 months, he is accused of filing that under paid work. Upwards of at least 5-figure amount they believe that he falsified documents for. So that's what the situation is facing, Garrett. And again, I won't be able to respond to any questions at this time due to technical difficulties.
Well, Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us here. I'm going to see if I can maybe try to type a question in the chat here and get an answer from Chris, because I am curious, what did the chief say about this and what happens now moving forward? Let's see if we can get Chris to answer that question for us here, if he's able to see that in the chat. We'll give him 1 minute here to see if we can get an answer. I know he is unable to hear me. He says the investigation continues. All right. Well, we will keep an eye on this case this afternoon. And again, he is scheduled to make his first appearance in court at about 2 o'clock. So we will keep an eye on that hearing. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay will be inside the courtroom for that hearing coming up in just a little bit. We have seen the lights dimmed there in Tampa as we get ready for that news conference from the CFO, and we'll be right back with more after this. Check, check, check. My audio levels are showing up in the Zoom.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Technology is great. It can also cause some issues sometimes. We have things straightened out with Fox 35 News reporter Chris Lindsay. And so I want to bring him back in because this is a big story, an important story that we're following out of Sanford and the arrest of a police officer. They are now facing charges. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay was at the news conference earlier. We know this suspect due in court at 2 o'clock. Chris, what did we hear? What do we know about this case and the allegations against this officer?
So today we heard from the Sanford Police Chief Cecil Smith. We also heard from FDLE, and they are accusing Ronny Neal of 80 felony counts related to off-duty work fraud. So essentially, Ronny Neal was responsible for this off-duty detail. He ran the department. He was the checks and balances, so to speak. So they're alleging that he used that ability to sign off on work that he did not do. I'm here at Lofts at Eden's apartment complex, which is in Sanford. He was a courtesy officer here, meaning he was supposed to be volunteering of sorts, but he, according to them, documented that work as paid work and received thousands of dollars for the work that he did not do. So he was arrested for essentially fraud related to this official misconduct. And we heard from the chief again, and he was just distraught. He was disappointed. So this officer has been with the department since 2003. He's gained the trust of the chief and the department as well. He's been in multiple leadership roles, this most recent one being this off-duty detail coordinator position. And he was on the verge of tears just speaking about how upset and how disappointed he is. And he says at one point he felt as though he knew Ronny Neal, but he has no idea who he is anymore based on these allegations. FDLE is still currently looking into it. This is a 9-month stretch that they're talking about, this alleged fraud. But of course, he's been with the department for over 20 years now. So they will have to do some digging to see if anything else can be alleged.
80 counts, that's a lot. Is that like what one count for each shift or something like that?
Essentially, they're saying that this happened dozens and dozens of times. So they went back into the records and they believed if he allegedly did this time, account for that, so on and so forth. So there could be other instances that haven't come yet. They say they are still working despite there are already 80 charges. FDLE says they are still looking for additional charges. So it's possible that this isn't the end of this.
You talked about hearing from the chief earlier and some of the emotion there. What happens now with this?
So he resigned from the department, but even though the department accepted that resignation, the chief still made the decision to terminate him. So what that means as far as the paperwork moving forward, that still be determined. But he wanted to make a clear stance that he does not approve of this anyway, does not sign off on this anyway. And he wants to send a clear message to the community that this will not be tolerated. As far as what moves forward, they will do the investigation for this portion of it. FDLE will come in and look back over the years and say, is there any other red flags that we need to be aware of as it relates to this? As of now, they don't believe that there are any other parties. Like, they don't believe the apartment complex was involved in this, or there was anyone in the office who was kind of helping him out, but that's yet to be determined.
Sanford Police Department has been pretty forthcoming with information about this. They were quick to release some information yesterday and holding that news conference this morning. Did they talk about why they're being so transparent with this?
Well, the chief called it a betrayal of the badge and the betrayal of the position that he swore to serve. So he wants to make it clear that they're going to be as transparent as possible. And he said it several times that he had no idea this was going on and the department had no idea that this was going on. So this was something that happened in 2024, but it wasn't until about a month ago that they even knew that something criminal was happening, or allegedly happening. So FDLE came earlier, about a month ago, and then that's when they had an inkling that something may have gone awry. So even though this was allegedly happening over the course of several months, they had no idea that it was happening, and they want to let the public know. As soon as they found out, they came to the public, let them know. Today's press conference was upwards of 30 minutes. He took dozens of questions about what happened, what's going to happen, et cetera, just to let people know that they're not hiding behind anything on this, and they're willing to move forward with whatever it takes to get to the bottom of it.
Fox 35 News reporter Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you joining us and staying on top of this for us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now in Tampa, where we are waiting to hear from CFO Blaise Ingoglia discussing some sort of legislative proposal. You see the placard that was just put on the front of that podium saying protecting taxpayers. That has been a big push of the CFO and his Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight, FAFO audits around the state that he has been discussing in a number of different cities and counties all across Florida. He's been talking about what he believes to be excessive and wasteful spending at the local government level, and talking about ways that these local governments can cut spending and essentially not be burdened as much when it comes to the potential for reducing or eliminating property taxes across the state. That is something that would certainly reduce revenue for many of these local governments. And so there has been a big push at the state level with the DOGE audits from the governor's office, with the FAFO audits from the CFO's office, looking at spending and trying to tell these governments, hey, you don't need to be spending as much as you are. And so there would not be as big of an impact when it comes to losing some of that revenue from the property taxes. So unclear what this legislative proposal exactly might be. We're going to hear all the details of that coming up in just a couple of minutes. This news conference is running a little bit behind, scheduled for 1 o'clock. We know the CFO was in Tallahassee earlier because he was at that Florida cabinet meeting that we showed you some of just a little bit ago. And so that, could be part of the reason for the delay traveling from Tallahassee to Tampa after that. So we will bring this to you live as soon as it begins, which we expect to be momentarily as you take this live look right now in Tampa. We are also continuing to track a number of things happening today on Capitol Hill. Some interesting hearings today on a number of different topics. One of them about retail crime. This was a House hearing, a subcommittee meeting that was looking at organized retail crime across the country. It's something we've heard in the state level at some news conferences recently from the Attorney General, from the FDLE, and other officials talking about arrests and busts in these organized retail theft crime rings, which apparently, unfortunately, have been pretty profitable for folks trying to take advantage of the system. We learned today in this House hearing just some of the extent of it. $190,000 in retail crime. Walmart says they were forced to close 11 stores across the country because of retail theft. One of the members of this committee is Congresswoman Laurel Lee, a Republican from Florida, who had the chance to speak with a couple of the witnesses about advanced cyber tactics that are being used in these efforts. Here's some of that back and forth in that exchange inside that committee meeting on Capitol Hill earlier today.
Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here with us today. You have highlighted something that is so important for us in Congress to recognize, and that is that the threat of organized retail crime has grown exponentially, and today we are seeing such sophisticated schemes involving fraud, impersonation, and also cyber-related tactics, and that necessitates, in many ways, a federal coordinated response. In my home state of Florida, we have seen an increase in cargo theft, and it's impacting freight hubs all over our state. The increasing sophistication of these criminal networks highlights that need for greater federal law enforcement support. And so, Mr. Spear, I would like to go back to you and your testimony. One of the things that you noted is that there is, in some state and local law enforcement areas, a lack of resources and jurisdiction, and you noted that this was clearly a federal responsibility. I would like to hear a bit more from you about that lack of resources and jurisdiction, how it is affecting crime prevention in this way, and also the advanced cyber tactics that are being used to disrupt in our cargo transport and also the safe containment of these retail products.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Yes, I'd be happy to. Trucking obviously operates in all 50 states, every congressional district. So we see the panoramic view of the.
Here's a part of that exchange from earlier today. Do want to go ahead and get you live now to Tampa. We are here seeing CFO Blaise Ingoglia just walked out, announcing some sort of FAFO legislative proposal, according to his Twitter feed. So let's go ahead and listen in and see what all this might entail.
We have Rep. Monique Miller, who is a member of the Florida House. She's going to be sponsoring some of our legislation that we're going over today. And the incoming president and CEO of Florida Tax Watch, my good friend Jeff Kottkamp, is here. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys for all taking time out of your day to once again talk about fiscal and financial accountability of local governments. My name is Blaise Ingoglia. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the great state of Florida. It is great to be here today as we highlight the work that we have already done to expose wasteful and excessive spending in local governments and to announce some legislative reforms to continue to make local governments more accountable and transparent to the taxpayers that they represent. Since Governor DeSantis appointed me as Chief Financial Officer in July, my office and I have absolutely hit the ground running, calling for local government accountability and exposing how much taxpayer dollars local governments are spending wastefully and excessively. We are being unrelenting when it comes to this issue. We are out in the communities every day making the case for true property tax reform. Housing affordability is a big issue here in the state of Florida. Property taxes is chief among them. We have seen a run-up in property taxes in the mid-2000s. Government didn't learn its lesson. We gave an extra property tax exemption back then, And now we are on the verge of hopefully giving the largest homesteaded property exemption on property taxes that the state has ever seen. So this is an exercise is what we're working for, showing that governments can indeed cut their budgets and not affect services at all. Now, some have called me the Jim Cantori of wasteful spending, because when I show up in your town, it's usually not good news for the taxpayers in that area. Now, we have promised during these exercises to expose local government's excessive and wasteful spending, regardless of whether you are a blue city or county or a red city or county. We have promised to praise a local government, regardless if they showed fiscal restraint, regardless if they are a blue city or county or a red city or county, and we have kept those promises. The taxpayers of this state should have confidence that as your CFO, I care about one thing: exposing overspending and overtaxation, regardless of who is doing it. Now, to date, we have exposed more than $1.86 billion, and that is billion with a B, in wasteful, excessive spending in just 11 governments. Now, that wasteful spending of $1.86 billion is not a cumulative total. That is the number of last year alone. Local governments have been taking in a record amount of revenues. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, the state was taking in about $32 billion worth of property tax revenue. They are now taking in $56 billion worth of property tax property tax revenue. The coffers of local government have been expanding, and they're continuing to expand, and they will continue to expand until somebody stops them. And that's why constitutional reform is much needed. Now, going back to those 11 local governments, remember, that is not a cumulative total. That is just a total for last year. That is the amount of money those 11 governments took in and overtaxed and overspent in just 1 year. $190 million just in Orange County alone, a blue county. $112 million in Manatee County, a deep red county. $302 million in Miami-Dade County, now a red county. $22 million in the city of Orlando, showing some fiscal restraint, a blue city. The $344 million just recently, the last one in Palm Beach County, being the largest amount of excessive wasteful spending that we have found, and that is a blue county. Now, regardless of party makeup of any of those cities or counties, all 11 of them have one thing in common: excuses. Since day one, we predicted that local governments were going to do everything that they can and use every tool in their toolbox to defend their wasting of your tax dollars, specifically your property tax dollars. We predicted they were going to enlist their leftist editors to write Sunday editorials defending their bloat. Check. We said that they were going to lie to taxpayers in order for you to think that they would have to cut fire and police in order to give property tax relief. Check. That happened. We said that they were going to use your own tax dollars to lobby against you and wage a PR campaign against the taxpayers, you who are funding them for footing the bill for their excess. Check. That's happened. We said that they are going to attack and criticize our methodology, the very methodology we use to determine their wasteful spending. Double check, triple check. All of that is happening. Our FAFO methodology is simple, but yet profound and impactful. It is a way to put into context how large governments have grown, local governments have grown, and wasted your hard-earned tax dollars over the last 5 to 6 years. To find the wasteful spending, we started off with a baseline budget, and we increased it every year as an exercise, increasing it, accommodating for inflation and population, to determine where government should reasonably be in terms of their budget today. However, local governments blew right past that number. And those are some of the eye-popping numbers that you see and the announcements that you're seeing on social media. That's where you're getting the $344 million in Palm Beach County, the $190 million in Orange County, the $199 million in Jacksonville. Almost every local government that we have reviewed, and we have reviewed a lot of local governments. Just because we haven't done press events and announced those numbers, trust me, we have reviewed a lot of these local governments. Almost every local government has shown zero fiscal restraint. They just took the extra tax money and they spent it. Never even thinking, it never even crossed their mind to giving back to the taxpayers in the form of property tax relief. Now, local governments and their leftist big government apologists are at it again. They're sitting on their editorial boards. They're claiming that our methodology that we do this is dubious. They're saying that it's out of touch. Not what my words, their words. It's bogus, and it's not well thought out. They want you guys to believe that how we derive to this number is just some fictitious number. We made up the methodology to have this like grandstanding of how much government is excessively spent. Is it though? Is it bogus? Is it not well thought out? I think there are people that would staunchly disagree with that assessment, specifically the state of Colorado. I'm sorry to inform you, Palm Beach County, I'm sorry to inform you, Orange County, Jacksonville, but this is essentially the same calculation, indexing for inflation and population, that the state of Colorado uses to limit their own taxation of their own taxpayers. Colorado has used this taxpayer calculation for a while, since 1992. So local governments that try to justify their spending by casting doubt on our calculation, now that you know that the state of Colorado uses the same calculation, what's your excuse now? What is your excuse now? Now, we have worked to expose wasteful local governments, and we have been taking notes and crafting legislation to not only make governments more transparent about their spending, but also make it easy for you to hold them accountable. Now, to that end, we are here today announcing our pro-taxpayer legislative reforms. I'm going to go through some of the reforms with you today and make you understand why this is much needed. First, FAFO is an acronym that we use, the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight. It is as much a marketing tool as it is as a policy proposal. And here's why. No one is going to pay attention if we labeled some government agency as budgetary oversight committee. Nobody's going to care. But when you label something and you catch somebody's attention, people all of a sudden, well, let me find out what that is about. So yes, FAFO is a way to catch people's attention so they understand and listen to the numbers. But we are serious about establishing the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight. So in our proposed legislation, we want to codify the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight in Florida statutes to increase accountability and transparency in local government and make this effort a long-term, permanent initiative. Protecting taxpayers should not have an expiration date, and neither should FAFO. Another thing we want to do with this proposed legislation is grant government employees, government contractors, government subcontractors, and taxpayers whistleblower protection so they can, if they contact our office to report waste, fraud, and abuse of our tax dollars. When we were together with the governor's office and the DOJ efforts, not almost every, but a lot of the information that we were getting of what was being excessively spent by local governments wastefully, fraudulently, waste, fraud, and abuse, we were being tipped off by people inside the government themselves. They were calling us, we were getting messages, and say, hey, we do not want to go on record for fear of retaliation. So if you have a government contractor who realizes that they are performing a service for the local government and the local government is just turning around and wasting the money and not doing what they're supposed to be doing, the local contractor is put in a bad position because they don't want to blow the whistle because then they won't get another contract. These people want good governance. They want people to be good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. I've had taxpayers contact me and say, hey, we are going to lead you down this path. We need you to go take a look. But they don't want their name on it. So by offering them whistleblower protection and protecting them, I think we'll have more people come forward and show us where the true waste, fraud, and abuse are in these local governments. It will allow my office, the Department of Financial Services, to pursue financial penalties from local governments if they do not respond to our inquiries in a timely manner, including withholding any state funds until they do. Now, the Florida Constitution grants me vast authority, audit power, to go and audit any entity, both public and private, if we think that they are misusing, misappropriating, wasting taxpayer dollars. And we have been wielding that. Now, what is the hook for them to comply with us? Subpoenas. If we do not get the information from them, we can subpoena them. Orange County famously got subpoenas. We're still going through that process right now. We don't want to subpoena anyone. We want to get the information that is readily available, public information, so we can start compiling the information in order to inform the taxpayers of what's going on with your tax dollars in local government, so you can hold them accountable and they can be more transparent. But right now, there's no financial penalty for them. We want to make sure local governments are getting this information. I have had numerous taxpayers, taxpayer advocates, and businesses, including elected officials, come to me and say, I put in a public records request, I can't get any information. I want clarity on this contract, I can't get any information. And I tell them, you walk back into the office, you sit down with the administrator or the superintendent or whoever it is, and you flat out tell them, do not let me get CFO Ingoglia involved in this. And it's amazing, within 24 hours, they have that information. But you should not have to have that conversation with an elected official on public documents. They should be open and transparent and readily give that. So my take on this is that if we ask for the information on a Monday and we're giving you 5 days to compile the information, get it in 5 days. If you don't, then you face a $1,000 a day penalty. If you continue doing that, why would you come to the state and ask for an appropriation from the state and the state now give you money when you cannot even give the public documents to the public? I think that needs to change. The proposed legislation will require local governments to upload all of their government contracts into the state's fax system, which lists all of the contracts. You can go on, anyone can go on and view them, or something similar that is searchable and indexed. I cannot tell you how many times I've had, again, taxpayers and businesses come to me and say that they're trying to find contracts of money that they spent on. They put in public records requests, but they can't get it. The local governments will slow roll them. We think everything should be online, similar to what the state is doing. Be more open, be more transparent. We require each local government to submit an annual financial efficiency report to ensure uniform reporting across local governments of important financial information, such as cash on hand. How much cash does a local government have in their investments accounts, whether it is encumbered or non-encumbered? We know what the P&Ls are because that's the revenues, the tax coming in, and their budgets, the costs going out. We want to know how much cash you actually have on hand also. I want to know how much money are flowing to nonprofits by local governments. I want it delineated. I want it spelled out. I want to know exactly who you guys are funding because there may be duplication and triplication of efforts. We want to know salary information. You can go on a state's website and figure out what somebody at state government makes. You could just pull it up. Can you do that with local government? Some, but it's not uniform across the state. Why should someone in Okeechobee County be held differently than somebody in Miami-Dade County? If you're a resident, you're a taxpayer, you should have access, equal access to any and all of that information. And additionally, even though this is already within my jurisdiction, I would like it spelled out in this proposed legislation that the proposal would codify the ability of Florida's CFO, whether it is me or somebody else in the future, to recommend to the governor and to the cabinet the removal of any elected official who is found to have committed financial abuse, malfeasance, or misfeasance. When I took office, I made a promise to the taxpayers. I promised that I would be an unrelenting advocate for you. Through these legislative proposals, that's exactly what I am doing. I have said it at every stop on our local government accountability tour. FAFO is going to be a key part of my tenure as CFO. This issue of high property taxes is not going away. I am not going away. Government grows when people stop watching. Government grows when bureaucrats stop caring about the people that they serve. I will never stop watching. I will never stop caring. Government grows, quite frankly, when career politicians and bureaucrats forget that it's not their money, it's our money. I'm here to remind them that I, as your CFO, I am always going to have the taxpayers' back. Governments are raising record amounts of revenue, wasting your money while crying poor, but yet trying to raise your taxes year after year. It is a vicious cycle. The taxpayers are caught in the middle of it, and the taxpayers have had enough. I look forward to working with the governor and the legislature during this upcoming legislative session to get this across the finish line. I'm not going away. I literally wake up every day and have conversations. My office is probably like, oh, it's the CFO calling again. I talk to them almost every day and think of ways that we can be aggressive in this role as CFO and be an advocate for the taxpayer. I will tell you, and it's not a talking point, this is actual truth. We need people in government who are aggressive on the side of taxpayer, not on the side of government. We have too many people who start off with good intentions running for office, but then they quickly become part of the problem. We want to be part of the solution, a taxpayer solution. Thank you guys for coming here today. And at this point, I would like to call up Jeff Camp, who is the incoming president and CEO of Florida Tax Watch. Give him a big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. It is a great day in the state of Florida. And as Blaise said, I'm Jeff Camp, the incoming president and CEO of Florida Tax Watch. I also had the privilege of being the 17th lieutenant governor in this great state. If you don't know, Tax Watch for 4.5 decades has been the leading government watchdog and public policy think tank in the state of Florida. We're nonpartisan. We're a scientific research institute, and we base what we do on data, facts, not opinion. And I can tell you this idea of our CFO to instill concepts like efficiency, accountability, and transparency in local government is long, long overdue.
Hearing from an official with Florida Tax Watch speaking after the state CFO unveiled his FAFO Legislative Proposal, which would essentially give some more teeth to the office's audits that they are conducting, including allowing them to get some financial penalties, levy some financial penalties on governments that don't cooperate. You heard the CFO just a few moments ago mention the subpoena against that was sent to Orange County to get their full cooperation for the FAFO audit. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in. CFO Blaise Ingoglia continuing to speak in Tampa, back at the podium now after unveiling a legislative proposal for FAFO audits. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
That really frustrates me as being as a small business owner is that government is never going to run like a business. We can at least try. You know, it's like, oh, it'll never run by business. Don't worry about it. So we can waste and have as much waste, fraud, and abuse as possible. No, the taxpayers deserve and demand better. We should always be looking at P&Ls and balance sheets, just like a business is doing, and never, ever lose sight of the fact that on the other side of that is the taxpayer funding this. So the more we can put taxpayers first, as Governor Kottkamp said, the better we're going to be off as a state. At this time, I'd like to call up Representative Monique Miller, who is a sponsor of some of our legislation in the Florida House. Representative.
Chief Ingoglia is the hardest working guy in Tallahassee, and you're hearing only part of what's been going on, and I'm excited about this legislation to kick it off and make it permanent in Florida law. So, distinguished guests, thank you so much for being here today. I want to thank the CFO for bringing forward this important legislation, and to my co-sponsor, Senator DeSigli, who's partnered with me on this very vital bill. Whenever we begin the conversation about cutting back excessive local government spending, we are immediately bombarded by naysayers and big government supporters with arguments as to why it is impossible. It's just astounding. They want to know why we are trying to take their money away. There's a sense of entitlement to taxpayer dollars that has truly shocked me. So over the summer, I contacted the CFO and wanted to join in on his mission to rein in local government spending. Today, I'm proud to stand here to unveil some of the most important legislation we will see this year. We are taking a clear and necessary step to restore accountability, discipline, and basic fairness in local governments in Florida. Over the last 5 years, we have seen property taxes increase by nearly 50%. And this at a time when Florida's families are being asked to tighten their belts. To be direct, tax dollars have become a drug for local governments. And like any addiction, as long as the supply is unlimited, that behavior will not change. Through the CFO's audits, we have seen waste, fraud, and abuse from cities and counties across the state. And the only way to regain control of the situation is to cut off the supply. Worse still, local governments often brag about cutting millage rates to make it sound like they're financially responsible. But they don't mention that their citizens' taxes are still increasing by double-digit percentages. This is a problem statewide, both in rural and urban communities. When a local government can simply turn up the dial and feed its spending habits with little scrutiny and almost no personal consequences for the decision makers, taxpayers lose every single time. Florida's local governments are completely unmoored from their foundational responsibilities. This legislation will help redirect them back to their core mission. This bill codifies the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight within the Department of Financial Services, which is FAFO, as you know, and I love it so much I got this shirt. Its job is straightforward: identify unnecessary spending, audit local governments that seek to raise taxes, and educate officials on ethical fiscal management. Most importantly, it gives the state real enforcement tools. If a local government refuses to cooperate with audits and withholds information, the state can enforce penalties and withhold certain state funds until compliance is restored. This is not punitive. This is accountability. And the next time local government authorizes a referendum to raise taxes or increase millage rates, it triggers an audit. That audit examines spending, contracts, and financial practices. If officials refuse to cooperate, fines may be imposed. Continued noncompliance leads to something far more effective: the withholding of state funds until transparency is restored. This bill also maintains whistleblower protections and mandates an annual financial ethics training for local government employees and officials, and it expands public access to spending and contract data. Sunlight is not optional. Transparency is not negotiable. Now, let me be clear about what this bill does not do. It does not micromanage local budgets. It does not punish compliance. Responsible local governments, those that spend wisely, disclose fully, and respect taxpayers, will see no disruption at all. But those that treat taxpayers like an ATM, those that hide spending behind complexity, and those that assume the state will subsidize their reckless spending through our appropriations, well, folks, those days are over. This legislation puts taxpayers first. It restores the idea that government exists to serve the public and not merely to sustain itself and grow even larger. And it makes clear that access to state funds is a privilege earned through transparency, discipline, and respect for the people who pay the bills. I was sent to Tallahassee to represent the taxpayer, and I am proud to team up with CFO Ingoglia on this bill to do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Miller. I didn't get the memo on a T-shirt. I would have worn mine also. I will tell you, I met Rep. Miller a number of years ago, probably about 8 years ago. Let's not count, she says. But what I saw in her years ago was sort of like looking in a mirror, another fiscal watchdog, a bulldog for the taxpayers. So that's why we went directly to her to follow this legislation. I knew that you would do a good job, and you are 100% right. Local governments are addicted to spending, and they can turn on the spigot themselves in terms of increasing their own budgets just by jacking up valuations or increasing millage rates. Government is not going to right-size itself. Government will never voluntarily reduce their own budgets unless they have to. And that's why we're here. And let me talk about this legislation. When we started going through these FAFO audits, I had predicted what local governments were going to say, that the methodology is wrong, they needed all this money, all of that other stuff. I'm going to predict what local governments are going to say about this. They're going to say it's an unfunded mandate, local control, which is code word for we don't want anyone watching what we're doing. We want to be able to go and rake the taxpayers over the coals without any oversight or consequences. They're going to, again, try to make every excuse not to be accountable and transparent with this piece of legislation as they tried to make the case of not wanting to be fiscally responsible with your tax dollars. It's going to fall on deaf ears. I hope that the legislature is able to pass this because I think this is much needed reforms. And Rep. Miller is right. The people who are doing a good job, who are being open and transparent and making the case to the constituents, they're not going to see an issue with this whatsoever. But we crafted this legislation to make it as easy as possible for local governments to transmit the information to us and be able for the taxpayers to view it very easily without additional work on them. This should be in the normal course of their work. Government should not say that Tallahassee or I or Rep. Miller is forcing them to do anything with transparency and accountability. They should already be doing it themselves. And the fact of the matter is that if they have been more fiscally responsible with their money, if they did not see the cash cow coming in from the rise in property values and the corresponding windfall of property taxes coming in before, if they didn't give the money back before, they're not going to give it now. If you go to your local government, you can't get information on contracts, or you can't get information on salaries, or if you cannot get a real credible answer out of your elected officials of why your property taxes went up yet again, then yeah, somebody in Tallahassee should do something about it. Just because you are a local government does not give you carte blanche to do whatever you want to taxpayers. You know, the big code word for a local government is local control, like I said before. Let's walk through how a city becomes a city. They come to the legislature and they say, hey, this geographic area, we want to incorporate it as a city. We want to have a mayor, we're going to have a city council, and we want to govern ourselves. So it's up to the legislature to say yes or no. A lot of times when those requests come in, we say, yes, you can govern yourselves. But in the process of governing yourselves, if you rake over the taxpayers of this state and abuse the privilege of being an elected official, you're going to hear from somebody, and that somebody is me, because I will not stand for it. So local governments can talk about local control all they want. It's the taxpayers who should be controlling the government, not the other way around. I'll take any questions from the press in the back if you have. Any press questions? Okay. Evan, you got to move over to the left. I can't see you because of the...
First of all, have you had any legislative conversations on this? What type of reception do you think that this will get, particularly in the Florida House?
So we've had conversations with the governor on this legislation. The governor was set to be here today, but he had a conflict. So, but he loves the legislation. He loves the idea of holding people more accountable. We went through every part with him. I have had personal conversations with both the Senate President, the Chief of Staff, and the Speaker of the House about this proposed legislation. I think they would agree that it is much needed, so we look forward to having those conversations. Is every part of our bill going to make it across the finish line? I don't know. I'm hopeful. Will there be other things added to it? Possibly, if it makes government more transparent and accountable. So to answer your question, yes, we have had those conversations.
Not sure if you saw the League of Cities report on property taxes in the state of Florida. One of the conclusions that it had is that the benefits of it would not be shared evenly, particularly for first-time home buyers, potentially for people going through a sale. What's your view of that report, and how concerned are you about that conclusion that it would not be shared, the benefits of it wouldn't be shared across large groups of people, and then also the impact on local budgets?
Yeah, so good question. So to reframe the question so people can hear the answer, because I am very opinionated on this, and I'm no short of opinions in this role. The Florida League of Cities commissioned a study to, in my opinion, to try to debunk the need for property tax reform. And why do I say that? We saw the same thing come out in the mid-2000s. We had the Florida League of Cities, we had the Association of Counties put out talking points, put out reports saying that they can't cut their budgets. So the first thing that I would say is the recognition that, like I said, they are using your tax dollars against you. The tax dollars, the money that was spent, $68,000 on this study from the Florida, from the cities, was put together by taxpayers in the cities that were given to the local governments. The local governments then took property tax revenue and gave it to the cities, the League of Cities, only for them to turn around and create a report that they say is data-driven, and it's supposed to be a non-biased analysis of it. It is nothing but biased, and I will prove that in my next point. So they are literally taking your tax dollars. If you live in a city, if you live here in the city of Tampa, a portion of your tax dollars went to produce that report to try to make the case against property tax reform. Let that sink in. They're using your property tax dollars against you. The second thing is I cannot take it credible. In fact, it is almost laughable for a couple of reasons. Number one, they're not paying attention because every proposal that we've had about eliminating property taxes on homesteaded exemption, homesteaded properties, held local rural counties harmless on that. So the 29 fiscally constrained counties in the state would not have an impact at all, but yet they bring it up and highlight it and says that look what you're going to do to the rural counties. In fact, the governor's recommendations, I think, had money to backfill and make sure that they took care of that. But the reason why this is all laughable is they're talking about and asking the question, how are you going to replace the revenue that we already have? They're not even contemplating the fact that they have large bloated budgets. Nowhere in that report did they ever say that, yeah, we probably took in too much property tax revenue. We should probably cut our budgets 10 to 15%. What that report said.
CFO Blaise Ingoglia speaking live right now in Tampa, unveiling a legislative proposal to give more teeth and some staying power to the FAFO audit that he has been conducting in the state CFO's office. including some penalties for governments that don't cooperate with those audits. We are getting ready to step aside here on Fox 35 News Plus and take a quick break here. But our live streaming news coverage will continue at the top of the hour. We'll welcome in.
Florida Live starts now.
A live look right now in Tampa. This is State Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ingoglia speaking live right now. You see the placard on the podium saying protecting taxpayers. Welcome in to Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. And if you have been with us on Fox 35 News Plus, we have been listening in live to that news conference out of Tampa where CFO Blaise Ingoglia unveiled a legislative proposal filed in the state house that would codify some of the FAFO audits that his office has been conducting of local governments all across the state. He has been looking at what they believe to be excessive and wasteful spending in local governments all over Florida. And parts of this law would, it would codify those efforts, and it would also establish some more teeth for them, including financial penalties for governments that don't necessarily cooperate fully with those audits. So that is something that we are continuing to monitor and listen in on here this afternoon. A couple of other things that we are keeping a close eye on today, and some high-profile cases in court. Coming up at 2:30, another family court hearing in Brevard County involving the family of Anna Kepner. She's the Titusville teenager who was found dead on a cruise ship last month, and still very few details released in the death investigation into what happened to that teenager on board that cruise ship. We've seen from court documents filed in that family court case that her 16-year-old stepbrother is a suspect in her death. And that case has really been the only way that we have learned new details about the death investigation and what the FBI is looking into Anna Kepner's death. Again, another hearing coming up at 2:30. Fox 35's Esther Bower is going to be inside the courtroom for that hearing. We had the chance to hear from Esther just a few minutes ago, who talked about some new documents that were filed today, and a new attorney going to be inside the courtroom for this hearing at the bottom of the hour.
I'm here sitting at the Brevard County Courthouse. In about 30 minutes, we're going to have another case, another hearing in the Kepner family relating to the cruise ship death of Anna Kepner. This is the Titusville teen who went on a family vacation with her family last month, sailing out of Miami and never getting off of that cruise ship. Her body was unfortunately found under a bed, and court documents show she died by asphyxiation. Now, still no arrests in her case in the homicide that the FBI is currently investigating, but we're here at the courthouse for another unrelated family court hearing, and this matters because someone in Anna's family, her 16-year-old stepbrother, is being investigated by the FBI as a potential suspect in her death. So happening right now, Anna's stepmom, Chantel Kepner, and her ex are in a custody battle because they have other children, and the ex-husband is trying to get full custody of their other children. So what we're expecting to happen at this court hearing is several staff members from the school that both Anna and the 16-year-old stepbrother went to are being called to court. They are asking to bring any records on what kind of a student they were, if they had any behavioral or discipline reports at that school. So 3 staff members have been called to court. We could learn more about this suspected 16-year-old stepbrother based on what they have to say. I've also been tracking this court case closely, and there have been some new documents filed even before this 2:30 hearing. Some of note is the father of the 16-year-old stepbrother is bringing in a new lawyer, so we'll have a new legal representation stepping forward at this hearing. That's one of the things that we are tracking. Much more should come out of this hearing. Again, unrelated to the FBI investigation and Anna's death, but is related because we are learning details about what happened on the cruise and what could have been happening leading up to that family vacation. So we will be in the courtroom at 2:30, and we will bring you new details from this case.
Was Esther Bower going to be inside the courtroom? I should note that we are not allowed to live stream that hearing, so we won't have updates for you in this hour. But Esther will have updates coming up later on Fox 35 News at 5. Also due in court this hour, making his first appearance, is Ronny Neal, a Sanford police officer who was arrested and now facing 80 counts, charges of official misconduct and fraud in connection with an investigation that's been going on for more than a year now. Had the chance to catch up with Fox 35's Chris Lindsay before he headed into the courtroom for this first appearance.
So today we heard from the Sanford Police Chief Cecil Smith. We also heard from FDLE, and they are accusing Ronny Neal of 80 felony counts related to off-duty work fraud. So essentially, Ronny Neal was responsible for this off-duty detail. He ran the department. He was the checks and balances, so to speak. So they're alleging that he used that ability to sign off on work that he did not do. I'm here at Lofts at Eden's apartment complex, which is in Sanford. He was a courtesy officer here, meaning he was supposed to be volunteering of sorts, but he, according to them, documented that work as paid work and received thousands of dollars for the work that he did not do. So he was arrested for essentially fraud related to this official misconduct. And we heard from the chief again, and he was just distraught. He was disappointed. So this officer has been with the department since 2003. He's gained the trust of the chief and the department as well. He's been in multiple leadership roles, this most recent one being this off-duty detail coordinator position. And he was on the verge of tears just speaking about how upset and how disappointed he is. And he says at one point he felt as though he knew Ronny Neal, but he has no idea who he is anymore based on these allegations. FDLE is still currently looking into it. This is a 9-month stretch that they're talking about, this alleged fraud. But of course, he's been with the department for over 20 years now. So there will have to do some digging to see if anything else can be alleged.
80 counts, that's a lot. Is that like what one count for each shift or something like that?
Essentially, they're saying that this happened dozens and dozens of times. So they went back into the records and they believed if he allegedly did this time, account for that, so on and so forth. So there could be other instances that haven't come yet. They say they are still working despite there are already 80 charges. FDLE says they are still looking for additional charges. So it's possible that this isn't the end of this.
You talked about hearing from the chief earlier and some of the emotion there. What happens now with this?
So he resigned from the department, but even though the department accepted that resignation, the chief still made the decision to terminate him. So what that means as far as the paperwork moving forward, that's still be determined. But he wanted to make a clear stance that he does not approve of this anyway, does not sign off on this anyway, and he wants to send a clear message to the community that this will not be tolerated. As far as what moves forward, they will do the investigation for this portion of it. FDLE will come in and look back over the years and say, is there any other red flags that we need to be aware of as it relates to this? As of now, they don't believe that there are any other parties. Like, they don't believe the apartment complex was involved in this, or there was anyone in the office who was kind of helping him out, but that's yet to be determined.
Sanford Police Department has been pretty forthcoming with information about this. They were quick to release some information yesterday and holding that news conference this morning. Did they talk about why they're being so transparent with this?
Well, the chief called it a betrayal of the badge and the betrayal of the position that he swore to serve. So he wants to make it clear that they're going to be as transparent as possible. And he said it several times that he had no idea this was going on and the department had no idea that this was going on. So this was something that happened in 2024, but it wasn't until about a month ago that they even knew that something criminal was happening, or allegedly happening. So FDLE came earlier, about a month ago, and then that's when they had an inkling that something may have gone awry. So even though this was allegedly happening over the course of several months, they had no idea that it was happening, and they want to let the public know. As soon as they found out, they came to the public, let them know. Today's press conference was upwards of 30 minutes. He took dozens of questions about what happened, what's going to happen, etc., just to let people know that they're not hiding behind anything on this, and they're willing to move forward with whatever it takes to get to the bottom of it.
Fox 35's Chris Lindsay now inside the courtroom for that first appearance, which we expect any minute now. Also, big breaking news this afternoon that we had for you live on Fox 35 News Plus. Alex Lopez convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison for shooting and killing a store clerk in Leesburg last year. We heard testimony earlier this week from the widow of the victim in that case, who was FaceTiming her husband at the time that he was shot and killed. Emotional victim impact statement that she read in court today as she talked about the impact of losing her husband.
I shouldn't be getting jealous when my friends talk about their dads, but I do. I mourn not only who I've lost, but what I've lost. A caring father who would sit on the phone with me in pure silence just because. A father who would give me the shirt off his back. A person who I could joke with and make fun of my mom's height with. There was a game my mom and I used to play with him, and while she deleted it, I couldn't bring myself to. I can't play it, but I can't delete it. All the times we'd ask each other to trade, and when he played in the living room on max volume. All the times he'd pick me up from Tallahassee, and the times he surprised me. I remember he called me on video, and I could see a familiar background. Then I heard him outside my door.
That was the victim's widow sharing a victim impact statement from her daughter, talking about some of the memories and the emotions. So we heard that, and we also heard a statement of her own and talking about the emotions and the difficulty that this situation, just how hard this has been for them. But again, Alex Lopez now convicted and sentenced to life in prison for that murder. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Breaking news right now here on Florida Live out of court in Seminole County. This is Ronny Neal, who we talked about in our last block, the Sanford police officer facing charges. We have just learned from Fox 35's Chris Lindsay inside the courtroom. His bond during that first appearance set at $150,000, has to surrender his passport, not allowed to travel outside the state of Florida, no contact with any witnesses associated with the case, and he is due in court in the end of January. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube, and also on Fox 35 TV. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. And joining us live from Fox 13 Tampa Bay, we've got senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to start today with a very unusual medical story that has been at the top of our website all day long. Now, a Bradenton teenager, she's actually recovering right now from a nearly 17-hour surgery where doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital over in St. Petersburg amputated her left leg. So when Jasmine was 2 years old, her family noticed that her left leg was growing much faster than her right leg. Her siblings knew this was not normal, but they tried to treat her as though everything was fine. And at first, Jasmine was able to walk, but eventually her leg grew so large she had to use a wheelchair. She even had to have her clothes tailored so that those clothes would fit her. Now, Jasmine's family said doctors told them that the teen's condition is so rare that there isn't actually an official name for it. Now, the 14-year-old has already undergone several surgeries to manage the leg's growth, but more recently, an infection related to her leg threatened her life. So Jasmine's family made the difficult decision to have that leg amputated. Now, during the 16-and-a-half-hour surgery, doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital in St. Petersburg removed a tumor in her abdomen and amputated her leg. And that leg, Garrett, weighed more than 170 pounds. After the surgery, she went and weighed herself, and she only weighed about 80 pounds. Jasmine's family is now raising money to help pay for expenses, what they know is going to be a long road ahead of her. And by sharing Jasmine's story, the family hopes to raise awareness about her extremely rare conditions. And while they're still looking for answers, they are incredibly proud of how far Jasmine has come. Garrett?
She has certainly been through a lot. Jasmine's journey, that is, a good word for it. She has been through a lot, but, wow, my goodness. And to still be going.
Yeah, she's still going. I mean, she's recovering. Again, her leg alone weighed 170 pounds. I mean, I can't even imagine that. And obviously the leg was amputated. She does have a long road to recovery, but hopefully she will be able to start that recovery soon. And you never know what's going to happen and what will become of her now that she has this growth removed, and what people may also be able to learn from her, not just her journey itself and her spirit and her positivity all the way through it, but also medical. What will they be able to learn from this? Again, her condition was so rare, there's not even a name for it.
Wow. You're also tracking another medical story out of Tampa.
Yes, that's right. This one is about a baby named Haven. And Haven, she unfortunately did not live very long, but she is giving life to others through organ donation. Now, Haven's parents got the news during the 14-week ultrasound that she had a rare congenital condition in which the baby does not develop a brain. Doctors told her parents that she would not live, and they said that many parents often choose to terminate the pregnancy, but Haven's parents made a different decision. They carried Haven to term with the goal of donating her organs and tissues to help other people in need. Now, according to the National Institutes of Health, this condition occurs in about 1 in 1,000 pregnancies here in the United States, but only about 1 in 10,000 are actually carried to term. Now, after learning of Haven's diagnosis, her parents researched families who had faced similar situations. They even said a storyline they saw on Grey's Anatomy about organ donation helped them realize what might be possible. And the couple said they chose the name Haven while driving through Winter Haven, saying the name symbolized a safe harbor and a light in the dark. Now, LifeLink Foundation says cases like this are extremely rare. Haven was delivered on Thursday at HCA Florida Brandon Hospital, where the family spent several days cherishing every moment with her. And when it came time for organ donation, hospital staff lined the hallways for an honor walk, a tribute recognizing Haven's life and the lives she would help save. Now, the family described the moment as deeply moving. Haven passed away peacefully while lying on her dad's chest, surrounded by her parents and loved ones. Her heart valves were donated to help other babies survive, and her birth tissue donations are expected to help patients suffering from serious wounds through LifeLink. The family says knowing their daughter's legacy will live on in others has helped them endure this unimaginable grief. The family hopes Haven's story encourages more families to consider organ donation and shows how compassion and purpose can emerge even during profound loss. Garrett?
Oh my gosh, can't even imagine what her family is going through right now. But like you said, just to watch the video of that that honor walk is incredibly moving to see that and to see them paying tribute to someone who is now going to be able to save other lives because of this donation.
Yes, her donation will definitely help save other lives. Again, she only lived for a few days, but the impact she has made on this world is going to be enormous.
And finally, Nancy, in our Tampa connection, some new technology hitting the roads in the Tampa area.
That's right. Waymo has launched driverless cars here in Tampa. It began testing the driverless cars here on the Tampa streets as the company prepares for a future passenger rollout. Now, these autonomous vehicles, they are electric white Jaguars surrounded with sensors.
Oh, I think we may have just lost our audio feed there coming from Tampa, but as Nancy was talking about, it looks like Waymo is launching there with their autonomous vehicles there, the driverless cars, something we're also seeing soon here in the Orlando area. There have been some concerns about Waymo across the country. The U.S. Safety Agency opening up an investigation after one of those vehicles, a Waymo vehicle, allegedly caught driving past stopped school buses in Texas. So that agency looking now into the system's ability to follow traffic safety laws. Waymo telling Fox Business that they have addressed that issue. Waymo is operating not just in Orlando and Tampa, but also now in Miami. We will see when Tampa passengers are going to be able to book a ride, but the future is now on the streets of many Florida cities. Well, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa connection. Sorry we lost your audio. I know you can still hear me talking, but we appreciate you joining us. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. And let's talk a little Florida politics here and the 2026 Florida governor's race. We're still a ways out from it, yes, I know, but we got some new polling this week from the American Promise that gives us a little bit of an idea of where things stand in the governor's race. That poll showing Byron Donalds dominating the Republican field for Florida governor with 39% in favor of him on an initial ballot, and with 49% still unsure at this point. But the next closest is Jay Collins at 9%, Fishback at 2%, Paul Renner at 1%. So Donald's with a sizable lead at this point in the race. Now, I talked earlier with Aubrey Jewett. He's a UCF political science professor. We talked about the state of this race, what we can learn, if anything, from these poll numbers, and what might happen in the coming weeks and months that could change some of what we're seeing.
Well, probably the biggest one is the most obvious one, and that is Byron Donalds is the favorite by a wide margin in this Republican gubernatorial primary. And that it largely is because he's gotten the endorsement of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump still holds a lot of sway among Republican voters. You know, his nationwide approval ratings are under 50%, but amongst Republicans, Trump still carries a lot of weight. And so I think that's what this poll shows, is that Donalds has a big lead over all the other candidates who are not endorsed by Donald Trump at this point.
Yeah, a big lead, and it gets bigger when the pollsters specifically cite that Trump endorsement. So the initial numbers were 38% for Byron Donalds. When they specifically mention that Trump endorsement in the question, you see that goes up to 50%. For Byron Donalds, with Jay Collins falling down a couple of percentage points. As a result, you see more of those unsure, about 10 points from the unsure group going to Byron Donalds there. So I think that certainly shows exactly what you were talking about, and the weight of that Trump endorsement in this race.
Indeed. And, you know, it also shows that a lot of voters, even Republican voters who, you know, are somewhat engaged, they're not all paying attention to politics like political science professors and journalists are. So the first set of poll results is widely based on name recognition. But the fact is, Donald's got higher name recognition than all those other folks because of Trump's endorsement. But not everyone has heard of Trump's endorsement, even on the Republican side. And so when they are informed that, yes, Donald Trump has endorsed Byron Donalds for Florida governor, then we see Donald's numbers go even higher, right? I mean, 50%. I won't say the race is over, but he certainly is a prohibitive favorite. And, you know, if you're Jay Collins, who just was recently appointed lieutenant governor, if you are the former Speaker of the House, Paul Renner, you know, polling at like 1 or 2%, or if you're trying to sort of run as an outsider candidate who's not been part of politics, you know, Fishback, you've got your out for you, right? No matter which angle you're going for, Donald certainly seems to be the one to beat as we are heading out of the gates of this Republican primary election.
I want to ask you about the undecided vote. It seems like a lot. Is that expected at this point to kind of still be at that, you know, close to half?
Yeah, I would say that's not unusual because, again, I always tell my students this when I lecture, you know, over at UCF, when we talk about politics and political knowledge. I say, you got to remember, the average Floridian is not like you, meaning that they are political science majors taking a class from me, so they're like really interested. But, you know, the average voter, they'll pay attention when we get a little bit closer to the election. But right now, you know, you're sort of like 1 year after one election and 1 year before the next. A lot of people just aren't paying that much attention. And thus, that's why they say they don't have a choice yet, because, you know, they haven't really researched the candidates. They haven't been exposed to a lot of ads and that sort of thing. And that maybe would be the one hope for some of the other candidates not named Byron Donalds in that Republican primary. It's like, okay, you know, even when people are informed that Donald Trump has endorsed Byron Donalds. He's only at about 50%. So theoretically, maybe, we have some room to try to attract some voters and switch some minds between now and next November.
Speaking of one of those candidates, a potential candidate, not named Byron Donalds, Jay Collins. Let's talk about him for a minute. He's the lieutenant governor right now. There have been so many questions about whether he will enter this race. He's seemed to tease it time after time. If you look at his social media, it appears like the social media of a candidate in this race. We know there's a group that is spending significant money on ads that we've seen on TV that are pro Collins, but still no announcement from him. What do you make of what we're seeing from Jay Collins?
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. And again, of the other candidates besides Byron Donalds, this is some good news for him in that he's not even officially in the race. Unlike the other two people that were in the poll who have officially gotten in, Collins is not officially in, and he's running second. Now, he's a distant second, but he is running second. And I think that he is biding his time because, at least what I have read and have heard, as I talk to other people who are in politics, he's waiting, hopefully still from his perspective, to get Governor DeSantis's endorsement. And so I think he's waiting to announce a run to see if Governor DeSantis will endorse him, right? Governor DeSantis clearly likes him, okay, right? Because he just appointed him as his lieutenant governor. So that's a positive sign for him. And DeSantis, for a long time, I might add that, one candidate that's not in there in the poll was Casey DeSantis, right? She was talked about as a potential nominee to carry on the DeSantis legacy, the Ron DeSantis legacy. Doesn't seem like she's going to run. So there is some thought that maybe this is what Jay Collins, this would sort of be his lane in the election, he would be the candidate that would be, if he was lucky, endorsed by DeSantis and then carry on the DeSantis policies and DeSantis style of leadership. That hasn't happened yet. He hasn't gotten a formal endorsement. Thus, he hasn't gotten into the race. I don't know if he will, but I think that's the main reason why he hasn't gotten in there so far.
Could a DeSantis endorsement make a difference in this race when you consider that Byron Donalds has that coveted Trump endorsement?
Well, I don't know that it will make a big enough difference to get Jay Collins in the lead in the polls. But I do think it would make a difference in that Collins would probably become the most recognized challenger to Donalds, right? Even though it's a multi-person race. If he was able to get Governor DeSantis's endorsement, he at least would become, I think, considered to be the main challenger to Donald. Again, I don't know that would be enough to put him over the top because, as we saw, in the primary election for president in 2024, President Trump pretty much trounced, Governor DeSantis, even here in his home state of Florida. And most of those people that voted for Trump, it's not that they disliked our governor. It's just that they really like Donald Trump better. And so Trump's endorsement seems to carry more weight than Governor DeSantis's. So.
I want to get your take on the state of the Democratic race here before I let you go. David Jolly and Jerry Demings, and we have seen some indications from new polling out this week that was paid for by the Demings campaign, as reported by Politico, that seems to give us an indication that the Demings campaign is really going to go at David Jolly over his Republican history, his past as a former Republican congressman. What do you think ends up the Democratic side of things kind of looks like moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, potentially that race seems like it's likely to be much closer, at least at this point. In the end, one of them could win by a much wider margin, and maybe it'd be an easy race. And of course, there might be others that get in the race as well, which could have a big impact. But right now, it looks like it could be somewhat close. Jolly got in early, was able to snatch up some endorsements, was able to start raising money for his campaign. So he's raised more so far. Jerry Demings, on the other hand, very solid candidate, right, and has executive branch experience as mayor and also as chief of police, and sheriff. So I think the poll that you just talked about basically shows what Jerry Deming's team is going to do in the primary. And that, of course, is a combination of two things. One, they're going to attack their primary opponent for being a longtime Republican and backing a lot of Republican policy positions over the years. And then two, they'll contrast that with Demings and his steady, long-time relationship of association with the Democratic Party and the policies that he believes in. And I think that will plant in some Democratic voters' minds the seed of doubt about Jolly, because they might look at David Jolly and say, okay, haven't we already had this before? We had a former Republican, who was elected to office, and then he ran, and that being Charlie Crist, and he got wiped out, right? And so I think that's what Demings will try to, if he doesn't go directly that obvious, that's sort of the take that his team will have, and try to plant that into the mind of Democratic voters that, hey, it's time to look at something different. Look at somebody who spent a long time, faithful Democrat. Look at somebody who really has been on the right side of the issues that you care about for a long time. And of course, we'll see how David Jolly responds. If he sort of takes the Charlie Crist, quote unquote, high road, sort of trying to be the optimistic, happy warrior, or whether he goes after Jerry Demings as well. Because as we all know in American politics, everybody's got something that you could attack when it comes to trying to influence voters.
So a long way to go in that race. We will see what happens. Also want to apologize. Had some issues with my equipment here in the middle of that took things to our background graphic, the slate you see there. But I think we are back in business now. So apologize for that. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We talk a lot about the theme parks and the fun offerings and things to check out there, but those aren't the only attractions around our area that you might want to check out and visit. And there's a new way to visit one that you might not necessarily think of as a place to visit and check out. I want to bring in Theron White, who's the lead publisher of EYNTK.info, everything you need to know. Theron, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Always happy to join and chat.
So let's talk about this. Orlando International Airport announcing a visitor pass program. What do we know about this?
Yeah, they actually tested this out a few years ago when Terminal C had first opened. For anyone that doesn't visit the airport a ton, Terminal C is the brand new expansion that they built. It's monstrous, it's beautiful. They had a way that you could go and visit that at first. Well, now they're bringing this program back. It's called the Experience MCO Visitor Pass Program. You can go and apply to be able to go and visit parts of the airport. You can pick Terminal A, Terminal B, or Terminal C, and you get a select window of when you can go through TSA without having a ticket. So this allows you to go and explore the airport, go and check out some of its restaurants, go to some of its shops. But you might be thinking, why do I visit the airport for some of these restaurants and these shops? It's not the spot I normally think about it. There are some advantages. One of the ones that I had is recently I had friends that came down to Florida, but they were coming from 3 different cities, and so they all had 3 different arrival times. I picked up one of them from the airport, and then we waited about half an hour, and then I picked up a second one, and then we had to wait 2 more hours. And so we ended up driving to a different restaurant outside of the airport and waiting there and then coming back. This program would allow you to, if you know you're picking everybody up, go a day in advance and say, I'm going to pick them up from this terminal. You can go in there. You can meet them right as they get off the plane. You can have a meal there. You can wait. It also works if you're dropping off family. So it just kind of lets you be able to go beyond like the first 20 feet of the airport and go in. If you want to explore, if you want to take kids and show them some of the planes, if you're an aviation fan, if you want to learn more about the airplanes and explore the area, that's all a possibility. Or if you just like the convenience of dropping kids off, dropping family members off right at their gate.
Yeah, bringing back something or the possibility of something that used to happen, that used to be normal, and that would be, being able to go all the way pretty much to the gate, which is, kind of interesting to think about now and just how different air travel has been. But, you talk about some of the applications of this. When this was first announced, I thought it was a little strange to kind of hear, and that it kind of is, I think, at first, but when you think about it that way, certainly some good applications for it. But like you mentioned, it is something that you need to plan ahead for.
That is correct. So you can't get it for the day of. You do have to get it the day before at least. You can go and apply, and there's a certain window from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. of which you can go in, and then you're allowed to stay up until 8 p.m. There's not going to be every single available date and every available time. So as soon as you know you want to go, I do recommend checking. It is a totally free program, but you do have to have the same credentials and the same items you would need as if you were getting on a plane. So you can't take liquids with you. You do have to be able to have identification. Go through it like you're getting on a plane, but then you just don't have to, and you get to explore some of those terminals.
Can you bring a carry-on bag?
I assume you can, yeah, because it's everything you can take through TSA. So yeah, you can take that through.
All right, good to know. All right, now let's talk about an attraction that is a theme park, and Disney offering some seasonal water park passes again. What do we know about this?
Yeah, Disney is bringing back their seasonal water park passes. This is going to work for whatever park is open for that day. It's going to go from now all the way through May 8th, so you can get that pass and visit on any day that they're open outside of a few block-out dates. Now, I think this pass is great. Disney has some wonderful water parks, and they have 2 of them, so if you get it right, you can go and explore one water park now, and then when the other one switches over, you can go and enjoy that one as well, all for one price. That being said, I need to mention one very specific thing. It is $89 for adults. If you are a Walt Disney World Annual Pass holder, do not buy this. It only works great for people that are not Disney Annual Pass holders, because if you're a pass holder, you can pay $100 to go to the water parks for an entire year. So I would recommend doing that. But if you don't have a Disney Annual Pass, if you just want to visit some of the water parks, for $89, you can enjoy it from now through May 8th. And that way you can still go and enjoy it without having to buy a whole Disney Annual Pass and then add that on later.
All right, good advice there. Now, meanwhile, for the holidays right now, some fun events going on outside the Dr. Phillips Center downtown.
That is correct. They have an event that's going on. It is totally for free to visit. They've got free entertainment. The full name is the Front Yard Holiday Festival at Dr. Phillips Center, supported by Advent Health. So if you go downtown, if you go to the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts, right outside, they have this wonderful experience. All this footage you're seeing, I went last night. There is a lot more than I expected. You can go and buy food items, you can buy drink items, but if you want to bring your own food, that's fine. You're in the city. You can make a picnic out of it. They have fires that are outside. You can go and see live shows. They had last night, a high school choir was there, but Santa also meets. There's just a lot to do there. I thought this was a really, really great use of the space, something that feels very Christmassy. It's like we got a Christmas market, and it's right in the heart of downtown Orlando.
All right. So what was your favorite part about that last night? I mean, obviously a beautiful night to be out there for it, but what stood out to you?
It's actually the thing you've got on screen right now. That is, I believe it said correctly, a chilion or a cherryon. I'm probably messing up the name there. I am sorry if you were really into this instrument, but that is an $850,000 instrument. They used to be very popular hundreds of years ago. It is 35 different bells that are all played in synchronization to be able to create some awesome songs. So they had everything. They were doing like Harry Potter and Game of Thrones, but they also had Christmas music, and this was really cool because you got to go and see this very unique instrument. You got to hear it. It's loud, so you got to hear it from all over the place. And then afterwards, you got to talk to the musician themselves and kind of learn about it. So all of it was great. There was a ton of live performances, and I thought that was nice because they do a light show. If that's what you like, you can go and see Santa Claus. You can go see something else. You can go see this instrument as well. And it just felt like there was a wide range of things to be able to enjoy for free.
Yeah, we always love that. Free is nice, especially this time of year. Well, Theron White,
it's a
lead
great
publisher.
way.
Good to know. And glad you were able to get out there and enjoy that last night. Theron White, lead publisher of EYNTK.info. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Absolutely. You all have a great day.
All right, you do the same. Now let's talk a little sports here. Some breaking news earlier today, seeing reports that the Miami Dolphins plan to bench quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. I've been saying the name right for most of the day, and then I butcher it right there. But Tua going to be set on the bench for the Dolphins, and could be the start of a new era in Miami for the Dolphins down there. Had the chance earlier to speak with Merrick Brave from the Finsider about this move and what it means for the team moving forward.
First and foremost, this is a kind of a sad day for Dolphins fans, myself included. Obviously, I cover the team, but I've been a fan for, over 30 years at this point. And when Tua Tagovailoa was drafted with the 5th overall pick in 2020, it felt like the Dolphins finally had their next savior at quarterback ever since Dan Marino retired in 2000. So, there were a couple really good years when Mike McDaniel got here. Tua led the league in completion percentage and passer rating and passing yards. And now in 2025, Tua is leading the league in interceptions, which is obviously not a category you want to be leading the league in. So first and foremost, it's a sad day for Dolphins fans. But, moving on from that, the Miami Dolphins are going to look a lot different over the next 3 weeks, and they should look a lot different next year and moving forward as they try to right the ship and get this franchise back to the glory years, which we really haven't seen since Marino retired. But in all honesty, when talking about the ultimate goal of winning Super Bowls, we haven't seen in over 50 years at this point.
And it was just last year that Tua signed this contract extension. So what does this mean for the team financially moving forward?
Certainly not a situation that any franchise would want to find themselves in, but here we are with the Miami Dolphins. They still owe a lot of money to Tua Tagovailoa. Now, could that mean he returns to the team next year, maybe in a camp battle with a veteran they bring in? Maybe if Quinn Ewers, who's going to be taking the reins as the starting quarterback for the team, maybe if he balls out over the next 3 games, he gets an opportunity to possibly start for the team next year. Tua's owed a lot of money. If he's around, I highly doubt it's for more than one season, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Dolphins went the Russell Wilson Denver Broncos route and just ate the cap that is owed to Tua, ate the money that is owed to him, and went ahead and cut him in the offseason ahead of the 2026 season.
Merrick, what went wrong here? How do you think we ended up at this point? Like you said, he was believed at one point to be kind of the savior for this Dolphins franchise. What happened?
I think there's a lot of things that happened to Tua. I think Tua could potentially, have a lot of gripes with this organization between the way he was handled under Brian Flores during his first couple seasons in the league, and then now, with Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, a couple years ago, 22-23, had one of the best offenses in the National Football League with Tua Tagovailoa at the helm. But obviously injuries to Tua, concussions to Tua have kind of hampered his ability to play at the level that he did in 22 and 23. And he's kind of just a shell of the player he was then. You know, his deterioration has come quickly, and that's just kind of how the National Football League works. When you're not performing up to the level, up to the standard that you have in the past, teams are going to move on from you, and that's what we're seeing now for the final 3 games of this season, with Tua Tagovailoa being benched in favor of that 7th-round rookie, Quinn Ewers.
So what should we expect then over the next few games, the rest of this season, from Quinn Ewers? And we know Zach Wilson also a part of the team. What do you think we see moving forward the rest of this year?
Well, quite frankly, just speaking for myself here, Mike McDaniel came out yesterday during his press conference and said he was going to choose the quarterback who he felt gave the team the best chance to win. He then turned to 7th-round rookie Quinn Ewers. And I have to say that Mike McDaniel, it doesn't feel like he was being entirely truthful when he said that this was all about winning games. To me, this feels like jockeying for the best draft pick that you can get in the 2026 NFL draft, while also seeing, what you have in Ewers. You did draft the kid, but it was with a 7th-round pick. So even the Dolphins didn't rate Quinn Ewers all too highly. So I do think this is about, keeping Tua healthy for the rest of the season, just in case you do have to play him in 2026. Maybe you have the potential to trade him, although at this point I would say his trade value is probably a lot lower than it was at the beginning of the season. So to me, this does feel like the team jockeying for the best draft pick that they can get in the first round of this upcoming draft.
So a lot to watch there. My conversation with Merrick Brave from the Finsider earlier today on Fox 35 News Plus. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. We got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now for our Florida Live forecast, and Noah, quite a bit warmer out there today than we've been dealing with the past couple of days.
It's going to be a trend into next week. There'll be a little bump in the road, Garrett, Thursday into Friday. Temperatures Thursday, probably Thursday night and Friday will come down a little bit. There'll be some showers, but really, the thing that's interesting is outside of some rain Thursday night into Friday, it doesn't look like there's really any notable rain through Christmas, maybe even the end of the year. So only real chance of precip for the next 10 days is probably Thursday into Friday morning, and even that's not a lot. Now, it'll get briefly cooler Friday into Saturday. Then heading into Christmas, that's what everybody wants to know. The headline here, Garrett, is it's going to be very warm this year. We're talking about maybe like mid-80s.
Wow.
On Christmas, which now that you and I are true Floridians, I'm not complaining.
No, not at all.
But even for Florida standards, 82, 84, 85 on Christmas Day is a healthy way above average. So that'll be the headline.
And Florida is just part of much of the country that's going to be seeing an above average Christmas when it comes to temperatures.
Much was made in the news nationally, in the weather news, about December could be frigid. I don't know if you remember, there was a lot of stories in November about looking ahead. Well, December has not panned out like that. In fact, it's going to end very warm. And in terms of a white Christmas, maybe just like New England and like the upper Great Lakes and Midwest, but it's not looking like a lot of areas with snow on the ground. Now, this is always a question, Garrett, even for Floridians. I always ponder this time of the year, how do you define a white Christmas? Because to me, when you see those articles and stuff online of, white Christmas forecast, I always think of it as snow that falls on the day. Not snow that's already on the ground and it's 60 degrees. You know what I mean? But however you define it, there's not going to be a lot of the country this year that has snow either on the ground or falling the day up.
They had white Thanksgivings instead.
They
many
did.
of these areas.
Crazy. Crazy Thanksgiving, and most of the country is going to end up colder than Christmas, it looks like, for right now this year.
Wow. I've got a lot of friends in Kentucky. A lot of family in West Virginia. They've been dealing with a lot of snow the past week or so. So I'm sure they will be grateful for a little bit of a warm up. For us, it's kind of back to business as usual.
It is, but one thing we'll have to monitor, I guess the storyline looking into 2026 for us here is going to be the lack of rain, because it really hasn't rained a lot here. Really just since that Mount Dora day we covered with the flash flooding, since then, there are some areas that haven't had any rain. So, even for being in the dry season, the lack of rain in November, December, January plays a huge role in how the spring comes out. Because if there's no rain in winter, the spring ends up being really warm and dry. Because the ground has moisture in it, and once you get to spring, if it's a really wet winter, all that ground in the soil, even in Florida, which is mostly sand, you may not think about it, but all that moisture from the winter, it evaporates into the air in spring. So you'd be surprised how strongly correlated the spring weather is with how winter is. So often a dry winter, Garrett, means that spring is really warm or really hot because there's no moisture coming out of the ground. So interesting to follow if winter continues the way it is for us here.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast here. We are just about out of time here on Florida Live. Let me give you a live look at Camping World Stadium, where the Cure Bowl is going to be kicking off in just a couple of hours, and a beautiful afternoon for that. If you're watching on Fox 35 TV, be back at 4 o'clock for the 407. If you're watching on Fox Local and YouTube, our live streaming news coverage continues at the top of the hour, so you can just keep it right here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you, and welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. 3 o'clock now, and we appreciate you joining us for what has been a busy day here on Fox 35 News Plus. A number of live events throughout the day, a lot of breaking news as well that we have continued to follow. Let me give you a live look in Dover, Delaware. President Trump just attending a dignified transfer of some fallen soldiers and the slain interpreter believed to be killed in an attack by ISIS. The president arriving there a little bit ago, and again, that ceremony has wrapped up, and always a very somber ceremony on the tarmac. We also saw Secretary of War Pete Hegseth there at that ceremony. I want to give you a live look right now at a news conference going on. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, some other officials speaking about the National Advanced Air Mobility Strategy, and as you see there, unlocking the future of flight. This news conference happening live right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We have a first-hand perspective to ensure that we get the policy side right as advanced air mobility continues to develop. This new area of aviation will be defined by innovation. The leaders spearheading that innovation deserve to be part of the conversation as the government looks to advance this technology and implement safety and operation standards. So again, thank you, Mr. Secretary, and I commend you for launching the National Strategy for Advanced Air Mobility. And quick perspective, it's amazing how things have changed. I'm from Kansas. My great-grandmother came to Kansas on a covered wagon and lived long enough to see man land on the moon. Think about the era that they saw, but then also think about the opportunity and the era that we will get to see as aviation continues to touch each and every one of our individual lives every day. So thank you for having me, and let's make this a great future. Thank you.
So nothing goes well without the support of industry and advocates that make it very clear to us where we need to focus our attention. So it's my honor today to have 3 of those gentlemen with us today. If you would please join me on the stage. Here today with us is Gamma President and CEO James Viola.
So that event continuing there as they talk about unlocking the future of flight. On a similar note now, I want to take you to a U.S. Senate hearing where they are talking about air traffic controllers and a number of issues when it comes to that. So this is a U.S. Senate a subcommittee, and they're talking about modernizing air traffic control. Very interesting topic. We have talked many times about the difficulties with air traffic controls and staffing and the safety issues that arise with that. So this hearing looking specifically at modernizing air traffic control. Let's go ahead and listen in. This began just a little bit ago on Capitol Hill.
Billions into unproven technologies and costly service contracts as it pursued in vain modernization projects with overly ambitious goals and constantly changing requirements. These shiny objects lured FAA into neglecting the health, capabilities, and capacity of our AT system's most important assets, its people. Under presidents of both parties and across multiple Congresses, ATC shed critical expertise and experience, and between 2013 and 2023, FAA only hired 2/3 of the controllers that FAA's own staffing model called for. So today, we find ourselves short 3,500 air traffic controllers, while air travel rises to record highs and controllers are forced to regularly work 60-hour weeks because well over 90% of airports are understaffed. Placing the lives of our constituents in the hands of civil servants who are overworked and utterly exhausted was and remains unfair, unacceptable, and ultimately dangerous. As I warned over the past few years, as near misses piled up and our safety margins got shredded, our luck would eventually run out. The bottom line is that successfully building a brand new ATC system will require rebuilding a depleted and demoralized workforce. I look forward to discussing with Administrator Bedford how the initial BNAC's down payments will first fund critical repairs, procure desperately needed equipment, and enhance capabilities and capacity of our incoming pipeline, training, and throughput system to strengthen our entire controller and technician workforce. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Duckworth, thank you very much. Thank you for your cooperation and long engaging involvement in this topic.
Enjoy working with you.
Thank you. I want to also recognize the senator from North Carolina and see if Senator Budd has any comments he'd like to make. North Carolina has a particular circumstance that this tragedy means a lot to him and to his constituents and folks in the state. So, Senator Budd.
Thank you. It's notable, senator from North Carolina sitting next to a senator for Kansas working on air safety, passenger safety. So we thank you. Thank the families for being here. We note the season and we note what may be going through your minds and your hearts, and we're grateful for each and every one of you, and we realize the tragedy's not in vain for what we're working on today. We look at the Rotor Act, which the chairman was instrumental in passing, the chairman of the full committee and chairman of this subcommittee, and we're grateful for your involvement and your advocacy, and we remember you. 5342 from Wichita to with a Charlotte-based flight crew was notable. But Administrator, we're grateful for your role in what you're doing. We think you're making great strides. We know you're going to give us an update today. We look forward to learning more about that and reading the remarks afterwards. And we appreciate you spending time with us today. Chairman, I yield back.
Senator Budd, thank you for your continued interest, engagement, and support for all these efforts. I want to introduce our witness today. We are joined by the Honorable Brian Bedford, Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. He was nominated by President Trump and confirmed by the Senate this past July. In his role as Administrator, Mr. Bedford oversees 40,000 federal employees. Since his confirmation, he has directed an implementation of President Trump's brand new air traffic control system, in addition to continuing to ensure the safe operation of national airspace system after the DCA mid-air collision in January. He joins this subcommittee for his first appearance as Administrator. Congratulations on your confirmation. Thank you for showing up for work and doing your job.
Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Bedford to deliver his opening statement.
Well, good afternoon to the committee. Thank you, Chairman Moran and Ranking Member Duckworth. It really is a privilege to be here and honored to appear before this subcommittee today as the Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. And I sincerely welcome the opportunity to provide an update for you on FAA's work to strengthen aviation safety, modernize air traffic control, and to prepare for the future. I too want to begin by acknowledging the tragic accident involving PSA Flight 5342 at Reagan National, a sobering reminder of why the FAA exists and why I answered President Trump's and Secretary Duffy's call to accept this position. Our mission is simple but critical: protect pilots, flight attendants, and the traveling public by objectively analyzing data to identify risks and urgently acting on the data to mitigate those risks. Immediately after the accident, the FAA did take decisive action, permanently restricting non-essential helicopter operations in the capital region, permanently closing certain helicopter routes, eliminating visual separation approaches, and requiring aircraft to broadcast ADS-B out with limited exceptions. We also reviewed hotspots nationwide where we saw mixed traffic environments create elevated risk, identified those concerns, and took corrective action. We continue to support the National Transportation Safety Board's investigations, including the recent UPS MD-11 accident. These investigations reinforce the importance of constant vigilance and a willingness to re-examine our processes, our assumptions, and our oversight. The FAA remains closely engaged in overseeing how Boeing manages the design, manufacturing, and quality across its programs, including the production system itself. I have confidence in our FAA workforce performing this critical oversight, many of whom continue to carry out their work during the recent government shutdown. The shutdown, of course, placed extraordinary strain on the FAA and its people. Air traffic controllers, safety inspectors, engineers, technicians, and many others who continued to report to work without pay during the 43-day lapse in appropriations. I sincerely appreciate their professionalism and dedication to our safety mission. But let me be clear,
Well before the shutdown, the FAA was struggling with a shortage of qualified controllers. The shutdown exacerbated those challenges. Staffing triggers reached unprecedented levels, rising from mere single digits prior to the lapse to more than 80 in a single day. Applying the hard lessons we've learned from the DCA accident, the FAA safety team identified controller workload and system demand as emerging risk factors. And as a response to this increased risk, we temporarily reduced operations at 40 high-traffic airports. The connection between controller workload, system demand, and operational risk was unmistakable, and it reinforced the need for the FAA to act decisively when the data demanded it, and underscored the importance of stable controller funding. Hiring and retaining a strong workforce remains essential to aviation safety. Under Secretary Duffy's leadership, the FAA met its fiscal 25 hiring goal, adding more than 2,000 new controller trainees. We remain on track to hire 89 controllers through 2028. We expanded the Enhanced Air Traffic Collegiate Training Initiative to 9 institutions, and we continue hiring inspectors and engineers on the spot, offering relocation incentives to place personnel in critical locations. As we grow the workforce, the FAA must also evolve. The aviation ecosystem is changing rapidly, and the agency must keep pace with innovation while maintaining the highest levels of safety. President Trump's executive orders reinforce the need for modernization, efficiency, and innovation across the FAA. Congress provided a strong foundation through FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. The act directs the FAA to become more agile, more efficient, and I'm pleased to share implementation is well underway. The FAA is also moving toward an agency-wide safety management system to ensure lessons learned from accidents, incidents, near misses, and other factors are identified and acted upon consistently across the agency landscape. The national airspace system must be renewed. President Trump has articulated a bold vision for a brand new air traffic control system within the next 3 years, and I'm pleased to report that that critical work is well underway. We recently selected an integrator and have compressed a radar and telecom modernization program from 20 years into 3 years. We've already transitioned more than 1/3 of the old copper infrastructure to fiber, and we're deploying our first digital radios and voice switches. One Big Beautiful Bill provided a historic $12.5 billion down payment to support this critical effort. The DCA tragedy and the government shutdown were defining moments for the FAA this year. They exposed vulnerabilities, but they also drove action.
The FAA Administrator speaking live right now on Capitol Hill during this hearing about modernizing air traffic control, talking about several incidents that have gotten a lot of attention, including the mid-air collision in Washington, D.C., some other close calls as well that we have seen, and some other vulnerabilities that have been pointed out and discovered, some weaknesses in the system, essentially, that the changes will continue to address. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Interesting details out of a news conference this week in Palm Beach County, where investigators there announced the dismantling of a drug distribution ring. We're talking fentanyl, xylazine, crack cocaine, MDMA, bath salts, marijuana, counterfeit prescription medicines. They also say that these same groups were engaging in illegal firearms transactions that was contributing to additional violent crime in the area. I want to play for you a news conference from Sheriff Rick Bradshaw and some other officials in Palm Beach County talking about the dismantling of these illegal operations going on in Palm Beach County.
All right, good morning. We're here to talk about a really outstanding operation. I've been the sheriff here for 20 years. I've never seen one this big. Usually you see maybe 15, 20. When you're in the hundreds, that's a bunch, and we still got some more to go. So I'm going to let Colonel Masri walk you through this operation, and then we'll hear from the state attorney, who's one of our partners in this, and then we'll take some questions. Colonel?
Thank you, Sheriff. Good morning. My name is Talal Masri, T-A-L-A-L, last name M-A-S-R-I. I'm a colonel at Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Like the Sheriff mentioned, we're talking about Operation Unplugged. And I'll start with telling you why we decided to call it Unplugged, because if you're a drug dealer, you're plugged. So we unplugged them. That's what we did with this operation. As a result, 101 arrests as of today. We have 25 pending arrests. Hopefully we'll get them soon. And some of these arrests including firearm charges as well as drug possession, sales, intent to distribute, all these drug charges related. So to walk you what happened with this we've had the problem. It's everybody had it, fentanyl in the country. Killing people left and right, several overdoses. Just to let you know, within the last 5 years, we had 5,121 overdoses, including 1,026 deaths resulted from those overdoses. Obviously, we had to do something about that. So with the partnership with FDLE, DEA, and FDLE was a huge partner in this, providing us with roughly $140,000 in overtime expenses and about $90,000 for undercover buys, which really helped this case as far as getting these drug dealers. And you can see them, they're all over the boards. So we started this operation about a year ago. Took a lot of work, a lot of investigations, a lot of undercover buys, a lot of agents participated. The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, who had some assistance from West Palm, DEA, the City of Lake Worth Beach, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office street team, the gang unit. It was hands-on with everybody. Again, as I mentioned, throughout the whole year investigation, it resulted in 101 arrests, 25 pending, and a seizure of 1,724.97 grams of fentanyl, which one thing I do want to mention, this could have potentially resulted in the death of 862,485 people. That's how much fentanyl. In addition to the fentanyl, we seized 35 firearms and several other types of drugs. You think of it, we seized it. That should be it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm State Attorney Alexia Cox, and I just want to give a few brief remarks. I first want to thank Sheriff Bradshaw and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office for their relentless dedication throughout this investigation, as well as every law enforcement partner who played a role in the coordination and the resolve that made this operation possible. Again, I also want to commend Diva Casas, who is here with me today. She's the chief of my Gangs, Guns, and Drug Trafficking Unit. And earlier this year, we sat down and we created an initiative that we called FORCE. It's an acronym, F-O-R-C-E, which stands for Focus Operations to Reduce Criminal Enterprises. And it's through that work and the coordination with our law enforcement partners that we are here today. I'm very, very proud of the work that has been done to lead to this takedown, a takedown of this magnitude. This operation demonstrates our firm commitment to reclaiming neighborhoods, because this is a neighborhood. It's not just roads and buildings. In it, there are parents, grandparents, children, friends, and neighbors who feel the impact of crime in their community every day. And it ends here. Through sustained, coordinated enforcement, more than 100 individuals were arrested in massive quantities of fentanyl and other drugs, enough to deliver, as was stated, tens of thousands of potentially lethal doses were taken off the streets. Let there be no doubt that there is a zero tolerance for this criminal activity in our community. We will act decisively, We will hold offenders accountable and continue doing everything necessary to protect our residents and our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the takeaway from this, if you haven't been paying attention, is when you have an operation like this, two good things happen. One, you save people's lives. Two, you clean up the community. It's a lot safer. And when you get these thugs out of the neighborhood, and people, they are thugs, that's what they are. And when you get them out of the neighborhood, people feel much better, neighborhoods thrive better, the community thrives better.
Sheriff, sir, are all these drug dealers, they were users, these are all dealers that we're seeing, mugshots of dealers?
Yeah, come on.
Yes, the main dealers you'll see on the first poster there, and the rest of them between mostly dealers and or cooperating in drug trafficking, traffic business.
And thanks to this, you've obviously been able to find one or several major sources, because these are street dealers, so there's got to be in the chain, in the organization, there's got to be higher heads. Am I correct?
Absolutely. Our operation does not end with just physical arrest. We continue investigation to look for the sources, look at the deliveries, and we're working and doing all that. And there's other benefits that come from these arrests, cooperation and other open cases and other investigations. So we're working every angle possible to make sure we cover that.
See, the ancillary benefit here is, even though their main job is to distribute drugs, they're involved in a lot of things, especially shootings. You know, we've got homicides related to drug activity. So all of this is tied in together. So when you get these people off the street, you do a really good job of making that neighborhood a whole lot safer.
And my last question, have you seen a change in the community, as community being more helpful to authorities by giving information than what we had a couple of years before?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, they see the benefit. They see, you know, if they gave information and they didn't see the results, then they kind of lose confidence in you, all right? But they see the results of being able to cooperate with police, and it's confidential. You know, we don't tell people, oh, so-and-so called. You know, they can call us, and we won't reveal who you are. We just want the information.
And like the sheriff mentioned, especially, it's frustrating for us as a law enforcement agency when somebody calls you, say there's a drug activity going, and we know we have that information, we want to hold on to it so we can make this arrest. And now the community sees that we actually been doing something, not sitting waiting from the complaints and making the physical arrest. Now they see what effect had their cooperation. And what Sheriff mentioned, homicides, we do like to point out that poster with the unsolved homicide that happened around the same time when we were trying to do this operation. This is double homicide. Any information that can help us, Crime Stoppers, please.
Yeah.
Does this happen in certain neighborhoods, certain areas, or widespread across
City of Lake Worth Beach.
What?
City of Lake Worth Beach, mostly 9 and G Street, and it says ZOE, Zo Mafia, drug dealing gang.
Yeah, the city council, city commission down there has been excellent. They've had the confidence in us to do what we need to do. So their cooperation and their confidence means a lot to us.
I do apologize for the audio quality on some of that, a little overmodulated. Breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look at the Senate floor right now, where the U.S. Senate just voted 67-30 to confirm Garrett Wymer as the new NASA administrator. He is a billionaire businessman. He's a commercial astronaut himself, and he was President Trump's twice nominated pick for NASA administrator. Was previously nominated for that role, and then the president withdrew that nomination. In the meantime, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy had been acting as NASA administrator. The president renominated him. We brought you his second confirmation hearing live here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'd also previously brought you his first one live as well. This is a story we've obviously been watching closely because of impacts along our Space Coast here. But again, Garrett Wymer confirmed this afternoon as NASA administrator in a vote on the floor of the U.S. Senate. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are just about out of time here as our 4.5 hours of live streaming news coverage today comes to an end. But I want to let you know some of the things that we are keeping an eye on. Let me give you a live look right now. Providence Police Department in Rhode Island, we're expecting an update 4 o'clock Eastern, where police are going to give an update on the search for the gunman in the Brown University shooting that happened over the weekend. We talked yesterday with Jamie Copenhaver, one of our local law enforcement experts, about the investigation, and he talked about how it's in some ways has been a mess, and there are a lot of questions, and rightly so, about this investigation and how investigators are still searching for the person responsible. So we will have an update from Providence Police coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll be live streaming that for you over on YouTube. Also give you a live look at the White House. President Donald Trump expected to speak tonight, 9 o'clock, a primetime address to the nation from the White House. So that will be happening a little bit later tonight. And let me give you a live look right now at the Camping World Stadium. A lot of folks outside milling about and going to be moving inside soon. For the Cure Bowl kicks off at 5 o'clock. We're going to have more live coverage for you starting at 4 o'clock on the 407. Right now, I'm going to hand things off to Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who will